Good evening and welcome to a special Monday edition of One Shot Wednesdays. Don't ask. Here on GrowedUpGeek Gaming, I am your host tonight, Manny, at GrowedUpGeek on your social medias, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube. If you like what we do here, please feel free to give us a like, follow, sub, high five, pat on the back, finger guns, whatever it is you feel shows your affirmation and your support. As I said, we are here because we missed last Wednesday. Work, traffic, and just general suburban living were the enemies, and I had a TPK. So we apologize. We thank to everybody who is with us today. We're back for our special Halloween episode, and I couldn't think of anybody better to have as our Dungeon Master. Robin, thank you very much for your support. Couldn't think of anybody better to have for our Dungeon Master for our Halloween episode than our Curse of Strahd DM and lover of all things spooky, Litza Bronwyn. Thank you for being with us. Before we get to her, we will meet our amazing cast of players, a particularly fun bunch this evening, obviously drawn to the subject matter of Halloween. So I'll start. I'm Manny. I am playing Leopold. I'll be playing a Spirits Bard, Spooky Bard for the win. No need to be intimidated by my bard-loving friend over there. They'll get to them. But yeah, I'll be playing Leopold. Just a kind of person with contact from the other side who is hoping to maybe one day contact somebody particularly special to them. It's enough about me. Let us go up to our most recent guest DM, who's had an amazing two-part session that was absolutely creepy, and the atmosphere was great. We really appreciate him coming out to do those things. Sam, tell us about your character tonight.
Yes, so I shall be playing Dyxios here, or in a more common tongue, the Shadow of the Dark Sun. He is a tabaxi of multiple classes, shall we say. A little bit of bard, whisper bard, a little bit of rogue, a stone knife rogue, and a single level cleric, because why not have fun this night? Awesome. He is someone who likes to keep to the shadows, certainly, and if there's been ever any accusations of things going missing when he passes through a city or a town, then he is innocent, naturally.
Love it. Take umbrage with something you may have done. Beautiful. Love it. All right. Let us move over to our, I guess, kind of the channel bard expert. Robin, I know you're very excited about your character, art commissioned and everything. Go ahead and tell us about Plago Three-Paw.
So Plago Three-Paw is also a tabaxi. The art done by my good friend James. He is devious_shadow on Twitter, and he's amazing to work with. All the art that I got was like above and beyond what I could have imagined as far as creativity. But he, thusly named, is a tabaxi who only has 3 limbs, missing 1 arm. I got a little bit of inspiration from a friend of mine for the name. As a lot of black cats were in our own world during the Black Plague, his family was sort of targeted. They were sailors, and when sickness came, his family was blamed. They were sort of cast out or befell other misfortune. Now it's just him and his mother, kind of making their way through the world, and he has a little bit of a grudge towards the church, who was the ones primarily blaming his people. Still some background as a sailor. He is a way of the long death tabaxi, more or less. You're going to blame me for bringing death. I'm going to bring it.
Challenge accepted. All right. Love
Exactly.
this. At any point, reach through the overlay and poke me abruptly if I'm not doing the bard's justice. All right. Last and not least.
I believe in you.
Okay. Thank you. At least one of us does. Back from a couple of successful assaults on Mount Celestia, and you ended up what? God of War, yeah?
Titan was a god of war with a dragon.
Yes. All right. John, tell us about Puck.
So Puck is a bugbear barbarian, Path of the Totem Warrior. His his penchant for laugh right now is he is literally a traveler finding things that go bump and trying to get rid of them. His childhood was rough as his whole tribe was slain by things that crossed over during the veil being the thinnest. So he's dedicated his life to eradicating those. Was trained by his mentor, and he is set off on his own. I mean, he is salt of the earth, never stops. He goes to one place, Brothers Grimm kind of, finds things that are wrong, tries to take care of those things, and moves on to the next place, always trying to make it better in his own special way.
All right. Fabulous. Love it. Another barbarian. Very cool. All right. And let us finish up with our illustrious leader this evening, our narrative shepherd and lover of all things spooky. And like I said, my natural choice for the Halloween game. Miss Litza Bronwyn, thank you for doing this for us. We really appreciate it. And take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Litza, and I will be DMing tonight. And the scene tonight opens on a sort of rainy city, crowded buildings, a bustling metropolis that is full of people of all different shapes and sizes, with no end to both things to do and crimes to investigate. And why don't I have someone, Manny, why don't you roll for me a d6 to see what the weather tonight is like?
Alrighty. 3.
All right, so there's a little bit of light rain and mist in the air, so it's appropriately spooky out, but nothing terrible. Very standard fare for this time of year. It's cool, not terribly uncomfortable. Again, something that you all would be very used to, and all of you in some way or another are either currently working for or otherwise have been hired by a detective agency of sorts, an investigation agency, and have been tasked with investigating the manor house of a fairly well-to-do, wealthy elvish family, the Berevans, who haven't been seen for a few days. Their lawyer, who has put on an air of concern, wants you to go investigate the house and see what's happened to the family, as it's very unusual that no one's heard from them. There's been no contact, and sort of hidden in between the lines of what he says is the distinct implication that if there are no remaining members of the family left alive, the house goes to him to sell and make a very good profit off of. So you've been hired to determine what happened to the family, and if they are dead for whatever reason, to determine what happened and make sure that it is safe for him to enter and put up for sale. Terrible tragedy. He certainly doesn't want that to be the case. But yes, that is your mission as of right now. And he does warn you that these old houses, and the streets and the city itself, there's there's always a chance of things going wrong, which is why he's contacted people who can certainly handle whatever is thrown at them. Of course, it might be nothing, but it could always be something, couldn't it? So you are given an address, and he'll be in contact with the agency within 24 hours, presuming that's plenty of time for you to investigate the house. So, Robin, what was your class again? My internet cut out briefly.
No problem. Way of the Long Death Monk.
Okay. Cool. And what is your passive investigation insight and perception?
Sounds good. Insight is 16 and perception's also 16.
Okay. Manny, what about your insight and perception?
Insight 12, perception also 12.
All right. Sam.
Dyxios' insight and perception is 20 for both.
All right.
Passive perception and insight.
Okay. And what about Puck?
15 and 15.
Wonderful.
Too busy hearing the voices in my head to pay attention.
All right. So, you arrive at this 2-story manor house, and it is set back a ways from the road, surrounded by a very tall wrought iron fence, though you do have a decent view of it even from the road itself. How do you want to approach this situation? Or is there anywhere that you'd want to go first?
Have we all worked together before? Or is this our kind of first time working together?
That's kind of up to you guys. If you want to be part of this investigation/detective agency on a more permanent basis.
That sounds good.
All right. So you would certainly probably know each other by name and face, perhaps have gone on missions with one or more of each other.
In that case, for those that have worked with Dyxios in the past, they'll watch as we start to approach these gates. The oddly tall and very lanky Tabaxi. I'll give a quick description of him. Completely almost like black and grey fur, apart from 2 red stripes under his eyes, which seem to be not dyed fur but natural fur. Completely yellow eyes, and he often wears a saber on his waist, scale mail and cloak over top. But you watch as he, for those that worked in the past, he reaches out a clawed finger. His hands and feet only ever covered in like loose cloth to leave the claws available. And he traces an odd sigil into the air, and everyone will feel a slight pulse of warmth in your temples. As for the next 4 hours, I use psychic whispers. This allows us to communicate psychically with each other, or mainly through me as a central hub. We can psychically communicate.
Nice.
And everyone will hear like the back of your head. Sometimes it's best to be quiet. This is being facilitated. And this whole time he just turns to this like kind of standard standing positions, standby position, I suppose, which is just him with one hand kind of curled loosely over the hilt of his saber.
No other way. And this is all in his head. Do you think I think I should go see if they left the door open? Might give us some insight into whether our friends up at the manor left expectedly or not. Sorry, my actual cat is being a pain in the butt right now.
I want to be on the show.
That'd
He
be
knows
roll
I'm giving
dice.
another cat attention.
I see you playing as a cat up there, poser.
You ain't got claws. Don't fight.
All of that stuff that's still on the desk you haven't even knocked over yet. You're terrible at this.
Barely haven't knocked over. But yeah, Plago will stealth forward, pulling his cloak of elven kind around him to make himself a little harder to see to passerby, and just kind of take a look at the fence, see if there's anything worrying before he tries the door.
All right. Go ahead and roll a stealth check with your advantage, I assume.
Yep.
I would cast guidance before Plago goes ahead.
Is that a D4?
D4, yes.
27.
Nice. You feel superiorly stealthy.
Very, very sneaky.
He's a
Yes.
black cat. He just goes right into the shadows.
Yeah, and it's also very misty and it's kind of dark out. Yeah, you feel quite unseen and unheard. And even through the fog, when you even start to get close, you can tell that the door is closed. And when you reach out and very quietly test the handle, it appears to be locked. And glancing around, you can see that at least from your vantage point, everything seems closed up and undisturbed, at least from where you are on the front porch.
I communicate such.
Leopold's going to walk up with a skull in his hand and kind of listen to it. And, It says we should just open the door. We are not here to be polite. Somebody is missing and potentially hurt. It says we should just open the door.
Plago pulls from underneath, like, the folds of his robes, the tiniest little mouse, and just... Bobo agrees.
So
Sucks him back into safety.
Bobo agrees. Puck's just
Bobo
gonna
agrees.
stroll forward and grab the handle and just shoulder check the door.
Make a strength check.
$23.
Okay. There's a sort of flash and a tinging noise from the lock, and the wood around it splinters and the hinges are busted open. So the door is busted open but the wrong way, and the lock remains completely intact. Which to anyone who is proficient in Arcana indicates to you that perhaps this is magical lock, as it's completely, the door is still completely locked. The entire locking mechanism remains intact, but the door is definitively open. It's definitely not going to be closed properly ever again without some serious
Dyxios
repairs.
is just laughing to himself and just puts the thieves' tools he has drawn back into his pocket and just... Sometimes the lighter touch is more sophisticated, my tall friend.
And it was a
Patience is
bit
a
loud,
virtue.
but it is open.
Puck's just gonna pick the remnants of the door, shrug, set it off to the side. Yeah, but it's open.
So much for the sale value.
It says to be careful that there may be magic keeping the door closed, so we should be careful opening it.
He's just gonna point at the lock, like.
Bobo agrees.
And inside is quite dark, and but you can see a sort of entrance hall leading in. If you want to keep it big, I don't mind.
I was like, just
What are spoilers? I don't care.
You just thought you saw something.
It does not bother me.
My passive perception is awful, so I literally did not see anything.
There appears to be a map.
And if you have dark vision, you can easily see a door sort of at the end, and then the several sort of open passages curling to the sides, etc.
I do have dark vision.
Maps are so useful. I don't have to try to describe this.
So I kind of make my way in, making a point to keep the skull like facing outward, so it can see like the same things I can. And I do have dark vision. Like I think Plago was saying, the idea of, is anything been like disturbed? Does it look like everything's normal in this darkened foyer of the missing nobles?
Go ahead and make a perception check. Or investigation, if you prefer, if you want to take the
Guidance.
time to look around.
You have guidance on that, so D4.
Yeah. Let's see. What do I get? Perception, investigation. Ooh, we're gonna do investigation. Oh my god, that's terrible. 11, 14. Not so bad.
Okay. So to your eye, it doesn't particularly look like anything has been disturbed. You don't sense anything out of place. You do see the obvious things in the room. You see that everything is dark. Everything is very like dark wood paneling and marble floors. You see immediately to your left, there are stairs leading down into what looks like a smallish sitting room that is dark carpet and very plush couches and small table. You see a door to your right, and everything is sort of not obviously decadent, but everything seems to be very high quality, like made from the very best wood. There's a small table off to one side that is extremely high quality make, even though it's not super ornate. There is a mirror off to the side, and Discos, you, with your incredibly high perception check, you catch sight of your reflection in it, and you notice that your reflection is slightly off. When you see it, it does not quite match what it should be. And all of you would pretty much notice the same things as well,
I'll
except for
just say, be glad I didn't take the observant feat, otherwise it would have been 25 passive.
you. What? I'm sorry.
What's going on with internet? Internet's feet. Hold on. My internet's messing go out.
That's all right. I think I can hear you now.
Alright, there. There, stable again. Yeah. I was going to say, you think it's high? I did have observant initially, so it was 25 originally. It's
Okay.
passive. I changed that.
Wow.
So it could have been much higher.
Dang. Okay. Yeah, you notice basically everyone basically notices the same things, except for Dyxios. You notice just it's not very much of a difference, but your reflection in the mirror just seems maybe like a half a second off, but it should be. Other than that, nothing in this.
I'm just going to. Oh, for God's sakes. Ignore me, sorry. It's just missing out again. I'm trying to stop this.
Does everyone have dark vision, by the way?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. It is considered dim light as of right now. So I should be making you roll with disadvantage, but whatever.
DM hand wave.
He's borrowing my eyes, actually.
Okay.
I don't need him.
Would anyone else like to do anything in here? You also obviously notice this spiral staircase to the side that is going down. I think. Is it going up or down? Hold on. Let me look at my stupid map. Nope, it's going up.
Is there like a lantern, something like candles, something in this room that I could give a little light to?
There are oil lamps sort of connected on the wall with sconces in like dark cast iron.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Prestidigitation and go ahead and light up as many are in just that I can see while still standing in this like foyer area.
Okay. Yeah. They light up and they seem almost designed to burn a little lower than normal. It'll still be considered bright light for the purposes of mechanics, but they do cast these sort of creepy shadows everywhere.
Seeing this, I am going to withdraw a copper piece from my coin pouch, and I am going to cast light on it.
Okay.
And then hand that copper and wrap that copper piece in a handkerchief before passing it over to Leopold with the comment of, "If you need light, this will remain for an hour. Just keep it covered until needed, just in case."
Leopold's gonna stuff it in the mouth of the skull, so it kind of like radiates out of all of the face holes. Yeah.
Nice little jack-o'-lantern.
Trick or treat, y'all.
Yeah, while the coin is, before you wrap it up, it's definitely shining a pure brighter light than the sconces on the wall.
Okay.
This mirror, Discretion, you said the reflection was like half a second out of sync.
From the brief moment that you glanced at it, it seemed to be. Do you want to
If that's
go
the case,
over and inspect it?
We'll approach it, yes, and just try and do a closer look at it.
Okay, as you approach it and look into it, there is more of a difference than just that initial subtle one. Your reflection, as you inspect it, it seems to be inspecting you back without having to roll any sort of arcana check. It's very obviously enchanted. It doesn't seem malevolent. It just seems like, at least not from an initial glance, nothing happens besides the reflection of yourself is just inspecting you as though inspecting your appearance. As though you're on the other side looking at yourself.
And does Puck notice this happening? Is that something I can pick up either peripheral, passive, or?
Yeah, probably.
Then Puck is going to go get the remnants of the front door and cover the mirror, because we don't play with mirror people.
That's fair.
while Puck's doing that in that few seconds,
Mm-hmm.
Daskus is going to reach out and just with the tip of one of his claws, just reach out towards the mirror and try and not enough to actually physically scratch it, but kind of just run his claw along the mirror.
The reflection copies that movement. It's just your face that seems to be slightly out of sync.
Okay, so it's the face alone that's out of sync. The body is.
It seems to 99% copy your movements.
He's going to draw a completely random pattern.
For the most part, for the most part, it follows you. Like, it seems the more random you are, the more it falls into line with what you're doing.
Nod to myself and step away and let Puck put the door in front of the mirror.
What were you gonna say, Plago?
Plago is going to ping Leopold and the others, but primarily our little bard friend. And this seems an odd item for the family to have. Do you know any particular rumors about them? You musical types are a little more in the know about what's going on around town.
Oh. Well, if you two combine your knowledge, one of you can roll history with advantage.
I will give that
Guidance.
to you if you want it, because I have a -1 intelligence. Plago's wise. He knows that he's not smart.
Yeah.
You can have guidance in that as well.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Ooh. Okay. 21.
Yay, happy dice noises.
It's going to be 24.
Oh, all right. Were you gonna say something, Puck? Okay. Yeah, you know what? You think you have heard of this family. You've heard some rumors that not only are they super into magic, which isn't unusual being an elvish family, you know that it's almost a rite of passage for an elvish child to learn their first spell. For an elvish child to not learn at least one cantrip is really unusual. Like, that would be, at least for a noble house, almost grounds for disowning a child. It's like a taboo kind of a thing. But this family in particular, very into magic, and there are definitely rumors that they were into some darker types of magic. Never proven. They were very good at keeping their reputation clean. But yeah, there were certainly rumors that went around about that. And you think that you also remember something about maybe one of the children going to being accepted into a local mage's school, like being particularly gifted.
How recently was that? How accepted?
From what you've heard pretty recently, maybe a year.
So we may find more oddities as we go further.
Yeah. Puck's gonna move into the entry hall.
Okay.
About half.
How far? Into room 4, and what you see appears to be more couches, not quite as like plush as the ones down in room 3, more of like more spread out. And you see a piano in there.
Dyxios is going to reach back to the saturn he has strapped to his back, and his fingers along one of the strings, and glowing runes are going to appear. And through the saturn, he's casting invisibility on himself.
Cool. Okay.
And then we'll be stealthing to go and catch up with Pulp.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Yep. Would it be at advantage because invisible? Or... Yep. Okay, oh, that's very nice. That's a 17 on the dice for a 29.
Nice. You are very, very silent.
Expertise is amazing.
I love it. I can never resist stealth expertise. It's just way too much fun.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. What is everyone else doing?
Plago has been kind of pacing from not all the way to 3, but kind of between 3 and 5, like a cat sort of stalking back and forth. Just, hey, this is where our squishies are. I'm just going to make sure that there's nothing in our area. But I think he is going to offer to, what would we like to see next? I can stealth a little ways ahead if we like.
Leopold's just going to poke his head into room number 3 and just kind of see if anything's in there. Was there any lanterns or anything that I lit in my, just kind of what I could see, or am I just rolling with dark vision in here?
Yeah, there would probably be some, at least like right around the corner, that would have been in your range of prestidigitation.
Okay.
So there's
at
at least
the coin light.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to peek my skull
You're okay.
in and around, just to kind of see, just to get a little peek of what's in this room, because there's no door, so it's not,
right. Yeah.
Expected to be private.
Yeah, there's a couple of steps down, and that's it.
Okay.
Just a little bit depressed into the ground. Almost like a cozy little den. So go ahead and roll another perception check for me, just for fun. Or, yeah, we'll go with that. If you want to go in, you could roll investigation.
Yeah, I'm going to roll in and seeing Puck and Dyxios kind of going up through. I'm going to kind of make my way through this room and then try to kind of catch them in the other one. So for investigation, it's going to be 14.
Okay. So you start moving through, and you see that this appears to be a small sitting room, very cozy, whereas most of what you've seen so far has been marble flooring. This is very plush, dark red carpet, extremely soft and comfortable on your feet. The couches look extremely plush and comfortable. There's a very low sort of coffee table with a couple of small dishes filled with little, what maybe look like wrapped candies or wrapped something, you're not sure. And what might be an ornamental tea set, but there's nothing in it as of right now. And there are 5 different windows sort of all around the edges of this room that's almost circular in the way that it's designed. So light, if there was any light, if the sun was up, could come in from any direction. But they're draped with like long velvet curtains on these like very tall windows. And outside you can see just through like the slits of the curtains, these tall, like spindly, leafless trees that are standing outside of the house right now. So it simultaneously has this feel of being extremely cozy and comfortable, and the outside is grim and spooky, and you're cloistered inside. And as you pass through, you see a nook where there is a very low fireplace that isn't burning right now, but has a small grating in front of it. Overall, it looks like a place for a family or guests to gather in a very intimate environment. And then up another set of stairs, you can see through into a much, much larger, more open room that also seems to have couches and a piano and other things in it. A much larger room that could host a party, perhaps.
Okay. Not trying to get in the way of anybody sneaking. So I make my way through and then kind of stop at the end, I guess, of that little corridor by this window. I did my pass through the room, and now I'm going to let the sneaky, invisible Tabaxi do sneaky, invisible Tabaxi things.
Speaking of then, if that's okay with everyone, unless everyone wants to do something else.
Just
Okay.
before I leave this room, were there any other weird magical oddities in 3?
You don't see anything.
Okay.
If you want to roll a perception check or an investigation check.
I will do perception. That's natural 20.
Okay, what's your total?
That would be 26.
All right. You're looking around and you don't really notice anything out of place in this room. But as you're listening, you hear sort of you think you hear something for like the briefest of moments coming from upstairs, like coming from the fireplace, which you can see sort of extends upwards. There's like a chimney sort of attached to it that goes up, and through that sort of like the faintest echo down, you thought for a moment you heard maybe like a scratching sort of a noise, but then it's gone.
Mentally, I convey to the others, we may not be alone, but I may just be bats in the belfry, as it were. Tread carefully, something is in the chimney.
In response, Dyxios would whisper back. Understood. I will go look deeper into the house since I am occluded right now. I'll report if I hear anything amiss. And with that, 29 stealth and invisibility, we'll start heading, kind of cutting through towards 8, essentially.
Okay.
He's constantly scanning his eyes around. He's used to venturing into the homes of nobles and seeing and finding the...
I'm sure you are.
But also particularly finding the deep and dark secrets they don't want found or revealed, and thus revealing them. So he's constantly casting his eyes around, looking for anything that seems amiss. Anything seems like it's been tried to be hidden from view.
Okay.
As he just kind of cuts through towards 8.
All right. So you start down that hallway, and at once you would notice that this hallway, the walls are decorated with the taxidermied heads of animals set on plaques and hung on the walls. It is a bit macabre. not a normal sort of a decoration that you would think to find. And it's not necessarily big game that one would be proud of hunting. They're also like smaller animals. It just seems a bit odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make mental note of it and carry forward if nothing stands out as being.
You do see another door to your right, which would be the one leading into 5, though you wouldn't necessarily know it's the same room.
Yep.
And what was your passive? Did you say it was 25?
20. Sorry. Yeah.
It is 20.
Yep.
Okay. And then there is the door leading to 6, and then the nook off to the side of the hallway. Again, which seems to be a sort of gallery of these taxidermied heads. And once you turn the next corner and look down to room 8, you can immediately spot a long tableclothed table and high-backed chairs that indicate a dining room.
But I don't see anyone within. If I push forward within 8, there's no one. Or nothing
No,
of...
you don't see or hear anything at all.
Okay. The doors to the left of 8, into 7, I suppose. I don't technically know that.
You would see that they are fully glass sliding doors leading to an outside patio.
Yeah, everyone will hear in their heads. I did not check any rooms, but it seems so far nothing is amiss, despite this family's liking of animal heads, it seems. Very weird.
Puck, are you still headed to room 4?
Yeah, Puck is going to stealth into 4 and do a more thorough investigation of it.
Okay. Go ahead and you can roll a perception or an investigation, whichever you think makes more sense for what you're doing.
It's a 24 for perception.
Okay, so you're looking around, and again, you see the fancy furniture. A lot of it looks light, as though it could easily be moved to provide more standing room, or the way that it's arranged right now, people could comfortably sit and be within speaking distance. There are small side tables that hold vases of roses that appear to be real and not wilting at all. They look extremely fresh. There is a grand piano in one corner, a fireplace, which is the depression on the far left of the picture, on the very outside edge of the house. A couple of windows, a door at the bottom of the room, closer to room 3, and there is a small cabinet filled with what looks like little knickknacks with glass doors on it, close to the fireplace. And then on the opposite side, right across from the cabinet on the opposite wall of the fireplace, there's a floor-to-ceiling tapestry that seems to depict the family lineage. It has names and portraits arranged into a sort of family tree. And at the bottom are two parents and 6 children. And it looks as though the first 2 were added on right beneath the parents, and then the other 4 were added on to the side, stretching out. So they aren't evenly spaced.
The kids were like what, essentially photoshopped in, that they did the painting and then they had a kid, then they just added it to the painting, and then so on and so forth.
It sort of appears that way almost.
Okay.
It does look a bit, slightly off-centered, yeah.
Is it the like John Mulaney bit, like a big old bee? Are there other parts of the tapestry that have similar like unevenness?
It doesn't appear to be, no. The rest of it is very uniform. It looks old. The rest of it, the further up it is, the top is very old and faded looking. And then it looks newer the further down.
Do all of the kids that were added haphazardly, do they look different from each other? Can I tell that on a tapestry? Or is it like them adding like the same kid over and over again?
Go ahead and make an investigation check. Won't be a particularly difficult one, but
ooh, not too bad.
Still.
15. God, being a bard is awesome.
Yeah. You inspect it, and they you notice that they are all elves. That the original 2 children directly under the parents are both boys, and the added 4 are females. And the girls, they do all look different. And what race are you?
Me?
What race is Leopold?
Formerly human, now Dampier.
Okay. They do. The two sons look very much alike. The girls, not so much.
Okay. They don't look alike to each other. Like they don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
The facial features differ.
Like here's the parents and their blood lineage, and then there's just 4 random people they're saying are their kids.
Yeah, I mean, they all look like elves, and they're all fairly pretty, but there are more discrepancies than you might expect, especially for how similar the 2 boys look.
Okay.
Like the younger brother looks like a little copy of the older brother.
Do any of the girls look similar to either of the brothers?
Not that really stands out to you necessarily. Any more than they all look like elves.
Yeah.
Not to be racist, but
they all just have ears. I don't know.
Realistic standards of beauty. Not all elves are pretty. There's some other ones. All right.
You can cover that up.
That's why
they learn all those glamour spells.
All right. So fireplace, weird tapestry that has had like addendums to it.
Yeah. There's a little cabinet full of trinkets and grand piano.
Can I take a peek at that cabinet? Can anyone search for traps or just rogues?
Anyone can search for traps. Just an investigation check.
I'm not good at that, but
Alright.
I'm gonna let somebody know that I'm doing it.
I'm gonna scan the skull around the room, just to, not really that it's gonna do anything, but just to see if I see anything. Ooh, yes I do. 24 to search for traps.
Okay.
I rolled a 15, so that's a 14.
Okay.
The tapestry and I guess the doors to the cabinet.
Okay. Plago, you don't sense any traps. You're specifically looking at the cabinet.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can easily see all the little trinkets inside. But looking at the cabinet itself, you don't see anything that looks out of place. That would indicate to you that it's trapped. Leopold, your skull is looking around. The tapestry just looks like a tapestry. You do think that maybe it has some magical quality to it. Perhaps, or at the very least, whoever, either it was done by magic or somebody took a long time doing it by hand. And knowing what you know of this family being extremely magical in nature, the latter seems very unlikely. And knowing that, you think that whoever did the elder part of the tapestry was probably definitely a different person that did the bottom part. It's, what did you roll again? I'm sorry.
24.
Was it a 24? Yeah, you think that it's also possible that this tapestry is enchanted to sort of update itself, and that somebody manually added onto it. And then when you turn your attention to the cabinet, you don't sense any traps on the cabinet doors. But you do remember that this family, from what rumors said, did have a thing supposedly about dark magic, and you think that maybe you should be careful about whatever is in here.
I'm gonna touch something.
I'm gonna pretend to be listening to the skull as it tells me, Plago, we might want to be careful. The spirits are saying that it could be very dangerous. Plus, these people and their children, I imagine that the things they possess are also very strange.
Hand like just like an inch away from something, and he's looking at it. Looking at it like a cat looking at you, and then like finally pulls his hand away. Like, all right, there's wisdom in what you say.
You want to know what you see in the cabinet?
That would be lovely.
Okay. You see a small round polished stone, a dagger, like a really fancy dagger, a golden locket, a necklace, but sort of like a golden half choker that comes around the neck into 2 points, and then it has like 2 little danglies right here. Looks super fancy. A golden ring with a turquoise stone in it, and about an inch long whitish crystal. And a lot of them are laying on like little like folded pieces of like silk, like it's a little display case.
I mentally relay what I'm seeing to the others. especially to Dyxios since he's in the other room. And just staring at those necklaces, thinking, oh, that'd be a really nice present for my mother. But I was told not to touch things, but I got an itch. So, biding time though.
Okay.
What part of the room is the cabinet in, by the way, just so I can put myself in the right spot?
Right next to the fireplace, like right above it,
Okay.
on the wall.
Right about here.
Yes.
Perfect.
Back in 8, so it's like a dining room.
Yes.
Is there a layer of dust on anything?
No, everything seems pretty clean. Though you did just get, you were told that it had only been a couple of days.
Yeah. No, just checking if something might be going on earlier than that.
Right. Yeah, everything seems pretty well kept up.
In that case, that's good turn to start heading back to the others, but would cut through 6 basically, and then make his way back.
Okay. You open the door to 6. It's not locked, and inside, you find the kitchen. And with your perception check, you see what you would expect in a kitchen, and nothing out of the ordinary. And the door leads right back into the hallway. And there's a little fireplace that they obviously use to cook food.
In that case, you head back down to near the stairs to let everyone know where he is.
The only thing of note that you would probably notice about the kitchen, that would be relevant information, is that everything is very clean and put away. It doesn't seem like any meals were interrupted. Nothing is left out. Everything is clean and put away and shut up tight.
Okay.
So Puck's going to move back towards the stairs by Dyxios.
Okay. Yes, you can see out into what looks like a patio, and then you just see sort of like a wall. You see like walls from the house. It's hard to see like the yard. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a clear paved patio. You can see a little bit of the backyard if you sort of like really angle yourself to the side. And it's a well-groomed backyard. There is what looks like a little shed that you can kind of see the corner of, and then just this very tall wrought iron fence, like probably like 2 people height tall, like a 12-foot tall. Just like they really value their privacy.
Mood. All right, just a quick peek outside, kind of show the skull a little bit through the window, and then I don't want to probably be too far from Puck, so I'm going to see them leave the room and kind of make that be my cue to maybe follow.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to mention, there is also a very thin rapier mounted above the fireplace. Very polished and shiny silver.
And we left the monk alone with it.
I don't need that.
I don't want to steal this. I need to steal something useful or pretty.
What am I going to do with the sword? I got hands.
I mean, you could sell it.
Catch these hands. Being somewhat capable of using a rapier, and it's silvered, like silvered, right? Like we're
It looks like it is.
okay.
It's very, very polished, shiny. Yeah, it appears to be silvered.
I'm gonna make sure my gloves are on real good, and I'm gonna get in a slight argument with the skull, but it may be useful. I know who I am. It may be useful, and I'm gonna very carefully take it off the wall and make sure I don't hear like sizzling sounds in my head.
Okay, you take it off the wall, and hold on. And nothing happens. It appears to be just a sword.
Okay. I'm gonna
It's a
go
really
ahead.
nice sword. Like, it's super nice. Definitely looks like it's worth a pretty penny.
I'm not gonna so much like wield it as just put it on my hip, and just can kind of continue to be short with the skull. Look over to Plago. I suppose it is not my place any longer to tell you not to touch or take things. So if anything in there is of interest, I'm sure the lives of the residents of the house may be worth a small payment of a small but odd trinket to keep in a public room. And then I'm just going to kind of make my way off, like still kind of arguing with the skull about taking the sword.
Plago just sort of shrugs, like, I didn't see anything. And can I do like just a kind of general perception check? Just like, okay, yeah, they're over there. I'm not looking after them and looking that obvious that I'm like watching them, but just listening.
Yeah.
Like, what do I hear? Oh, I only get advantage if it's oh, nat 20.
Ooh.
That would be a 15.
15. Yeah, you catch basically what you wanna hear.
All right. Then I'm just gonna this is weird, but because things are spooky here, can he kind of like stare down the locket, the choker, and the ring, and just kind of try to get a read on them? Like, are any of you evil?
Which
can
one of you is a
insight
bad
check.
idea?
Go ahead
Can I
and make
insight
an
check this?
yeah. Do insight or arcana.
I do. I'm dumb. I'm a dumb boy. I'm gonna use insight.
Sure.
I'm also not a very insightful boy, probably because I'm stealing things that are super cursed. For sure, that is a 10.
Okay.
Ooh,
You
shiny.
said which ones were you looking at?
The locket, the choker, and the ring with the turquoise stone.
Okay. All right. You're not sure about the locket or the ring. The choker, you're like, choker choking things to death. Could be.
All
But
right,
maybe
that was
not.
the one I
I
had
don't
my
know.
that was the one I had my eye on, but I'll avoid it.
You're not
And
sure.
I think I'm gonna go for that locket because it's kind of. I think my
Okay.
mother would like that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna sleight of hand this.
Okay. Yeah, you pick it up, and yeah, nothing happens right away. It's pretty.
I slip it in my backpack
Okay.
and then join my group.
Okay. All right. Where is everyone headed now?
Well, as everyone groups back up. I suppose I don't see the locket, but I do see the rapier suddenly in Leopold's possession.
Yeah, you see a very fancy, silvered rapier, which
Still invisible, so Leopold, you just feel a hand kind of curl over your shoulder. and just a whisper in your ear of, "You are a fool, Leopold. We do not know what they are dealing with. If you wish to steal, we can look things over later. There is time and place. Time and place."
I have not stolen anything of yet. I simply may be moving it from one spot in the house to a more suitable location for our express purposes. Should I leave the property with it?
This is all. Dyxios is actually speaking out loud and not actually through the connection at this point. The words, psychic words at this point, and it's trust me when I say this. You do not want to so foolishly take that which you do not know nor understand. It may afflict you in a way that never leaves you.
And as he's talking, like, you see kind of break eye contact and get into it with the skull. Fine. I would listen. You have made your point. He has made his point. Fine. And I'm just gonna kind of, with like the very tip of my fingers to make sure nothing happens to me, I'm just gonna put it down, and then there. Are you happy now? And I'm gonna kind of tuck the skull, and I'm gonna apologize to Discretion. My apologies.
I do not chastise you, Leopold. I merely advise based on experience. Trust me. You do not want to bring upon you a curse you always regret.
And I kind of look at my damn fear self and kind of shrug. But these spirits agree with you, and I shall behave. We are not here to shop or to acquire trinkets. We are here to find people.
Just like a low purring chuckle from Dyxios. I don't know. It can be fun to take from those undeserving. Just not when you don't know what it does.
See, fine. He is right. Okay, I put it down, and then I'm gonna point at the skull and kind of point it away because I don't want to talk to it right now.
Speak out of character. Dyxios says identify basically, and he would have been happy to actually look over anything he wanted to take.
Oh my goodness.
But he knows nothing about the locket, so he didn't say anything to Plago. Although Plago would have heard that whole thing that he was saying. He was speaking out loud.
So you said you guys are heading up the stairs?
Yes.
I'll take up the rear.
Yeah.
Okay. The stairs that are right there, the curly Q staircase.
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. So
Puck's,
you head.
Puck's gonna move to the first landing.
Wonderful. So you start heading up, and
as the others head up, can I try to sleight of hand the rapier underneath my robe because my very good bard friend liked it, and nothing happened to him. I'm sure nothing will happen to me.
Go ahead and make a check for that.
You have to beat the 20 of Dyxios because he's mother handing everyone.
I was waiting for you to go upstairs, but before I did it, but that's a 21.
Yep.
All right. Yep. You slide that just right under your robe, like. I pickpocketed
Dyxios would be annoyed.
I'm
loving
one
it.
saw it, and I was so proud of myself. I feel like your feeling is similar. Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
I was going to say, Dyxios would be annoyed. I'm just loving it though.
Yeah.
Choices.
Wonderful.
Mom.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna ignore that thing that said there was a secret door at the top of those stairs because that doesn't make any sense to me either. Why would there be a staircase and then a blank wall? I mean, that would be fun, but no, it's okay. You guys are upstairs. If nothing else, Discus would immediately be like, "That's not a blank wall. That's a door," and just push it open.
Yeah.
With his crazy perception.
Fair enough.
And you find yourselves in a hallway that is once again very dark and a little chillier than the bottom floor. And there even seems to be, just as you step out, a slight breeze that just kisses the back of your necks ever so briefly. Everybody give me a perception check.
No.
That's good. 27.
Nice. 22.
6.
All right.
7.
There you go, cats.
Yeah, the 2 cats leading the way with their sight.
Oh wait, I don't think you do see cats. I'm real sneaky.
The up in this Discretion, you catch a glimpse of as you Plago, you see what looks like the wispy white form of a ghost pass through a wall.
I think that as well over the psychic connection. Where is the ghost and where's the spooky dark form that he sees?
That's a great question. The dark shadow appears at the very top of room 12, like just out of the corner of your eye, Discos, before it vanishes around the corner. And the ghost is back by room 9, just around that corner.
Okay.
It just goes right through a wall.
I'm just gonna ping that and just so we can actually move over here.
And as soon as you move toward it, it's
yeah,
gone.
I'm not facing it. It's just all right. Well, I guess we did have a barbarian there, not the rogue. Less concerning.
Dyxios is still invisible at this point because it's not been an hour yet. So he's going to step forward to here, and I am pinging my, what's it called? Give me a second to find it. Eyes of the Grave.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
Any undead within 60 feet of me that isn't behind total cover.
All right.
So basically just checking in this room because the walls obviously give total cover.
Right. In your, that's a great question. What is in the room with you? Let's see.
Basically just looking in the direction of that shadow. Is there something undead in this place? In this in room 12?
There's it.
You know what? Roll a d12 for me.
Yep.
At least one ghost.
What is it?
8.
8?
I got an 8 on those.
Okay. You do not sense anything at all.
Okay. That's one use of
How long does that is that
It's
an instant
thing.
or
I
does
can do
it
it 2
stay
times
up?
per long rest.
Okay.
So that's an instant one,
All
one
right.
cast for now.
Okay.
Then I'll go and join with the others.
Right.
So you check out these ghosts that you saw in Plago. And again, this is psychically now.
Yes. I'll head over to the door. Is this one locked?
It is not.
All right. Then I'm going to, well, can't really stealth through opening a door, but I'm going to just kind of shoulder the door open slowly and try to stick to the shadows and see what I see.
You can do it stealthily if you want.
Yeah. And they also have disadvantage.
So me every morning trying to open a door without waking my husband up.
That would be a 25.
Okay. Yeah, so you open it really quietly, hoping that it's, not squeaky or anything like that. And like the rest of the house, everything seems very well cared for. Like this family would not abide a rusty anything. If these hinges dared squeak, they would be out in the lawn. They would be in the bin.
It'd be really hard to open the door.
Yeah. So you swing it open and you see what appears to be a bedroom. Is anyone providing a light source?
I do have dark vision.
I've still got my my lit up
so
skull.
So there are some very large windows. They are currently covered with curtains, so the darkness inside to you appears as dim light. If you open the curtains, the moonlight might turn that into dim light, which then could be bright light for you. Otherwise, your perceptions are at disadvantage. So it's you can see a bed, you can see a very large cabinet, or rather, what am I saying? Like a not cabinet, like a dressing
armoire.
Yeah, something
You're
like that. It's a very fancy, nice, large bedroom.
All right. Just so I can just take a peek without stepping fully in, I have the Bibles that give me advantage, so I'll just make a straight roll and see how it goes before I step into the room and open the, if I need to. That's a 15.
For perception?
Yep.
All right. You're looking around and you don't see much out of place. The room seems fairly well kept. There are some scattered personal items that indicate that this person was a bit messy. The bed is large, but doesn't appear to be a bed for two people.
Mm-hmm.
So possibly belonging to one of the children. And as you're looking at the bed, you see, even through the dim light, what seems to be either a large pattern or a dark stain on the bed cover.
Right. Had my mornings when I woke up like that. I'm gonna cross over to the because my bard buddy's right behind me. I'm gonna cross over to the curtain because everything looks pretty clear, and just kind of crack the curtain for the others coming in.
And then I'm gonna
Before you do so, Dyxios told you to stop, and instead I forgot I had this, so we'll reach to the saber on his waist, and though his invisibility does not break, as he withdraws it, a soft glow seems to form from where he actually is, almost like soft moonlight, as he draws the moon-touched blade on his waist.
Nice.
Okay.
So he's now
that-
shedding, in dark light, the blade sheds bright light in 15 feet, and then dim light for an additional 15 beyond that.
Okay. So
And it doesn't
that-
break his invisibility rather, but it breaks the stealth.
Okay. So if you're at the doorway, that dim
step in
light
to
would
do so.
illuminate. Yeah, so it would illuminate it enough that Plago, you can see now getting closer to the bed and looking at it in the light. There is a dark stain on the bed. Discos, are you getting close enough to make that bright light? Otherwise, it's going to be colorless.
Yeah, I'll bring in range of the bright
Okay.
light.
All right. The bright light moves forward, and as it fully becomes illuminated, you can see that it is indeed a dark red stain.
Does it appear to be, where in the bed does it appear? Does it appear to be like where a humanoid's hips would be, or elsewhere?
Probably about chest height.
This was not nature's cycle, I can say that. Oh, and I do paint to the others, just that there's bloodstain. I guess I didn't do that.
And we do know it's blood.
Plago
And
still
if you,
completely
if you
making
wanna
use
make
of the psychic connection.
Yeah.
if you want to make an investigation check, you can explore further. But that's all you're going to get from perception. Or if anyone else wants to take.
I might recommend that our bard do, or someone else a little wiser than or smarter than myself.
I'll help with the investigation.
Ooh, that's so
Yeah.
good.
I'll drop
Go
the
ahead and
invisibility
take
at this point. Screw it.
All right.
So I'll do the help. So give advantage.
Ooh, okay. Cool, I will take it. Ooh, much better. 24.
Who wants to roll?
24 for
You
investigation.
might be muted, Manny.
Oh, sorry. Am I? Am I muted? No, there we go. 24 for me.
You're still muted.
Manny,
on-
if you
How am I
Yeah.
muted?
Yeah, you muted on Zoom.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry. 24.
there we go.
All right. Yeah, you inspect the bed covers, and it's dried, so you can touch it without, getting anything on you. Appears to be old, and as you look at everything, there is a hole in the bed sheets. There's actually several holes that seem to have been made by several piercing weapons.
Was the bed made?
It is not perfectly made. The covers are quite rumpled and one side pushed back, as though someone got out of it after having been stabbed, perhaps, because clearly there's no body here any longer.
Are there any blood stains on the floor?
You don't see any bloodstains on the floor. There's only blood on the bed itself.
I'm going to pull back the comforter and see, was somebody stabbed, in the bed, and then the comforter pulled over it for the blood to seep in, or were they laying on the comforter, when they were stabbed? If I can tell that, I just feel like I know a little
Which
something
way does it
about
soak?
blood.
There is blood all the way through. It seems to be more concentrated inside, as though someone was under the covers when it happened and it soaked up through. However, even though there's no body there now, there's no blood that was spread as you would expect if the body had been moved right away and was still bleeding. It's only in that one spot.
Kind of
Perhaps as though it was left there for some time and then removed after the bleeding had stopped.
Gruesome. I'm going to kind of move out of the way and kind of point to what I've seen and show everybody else. And then look. Can I look under the bed?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to kind of put my skull like flat on the floor with the light shining like under the bed, and then peek underneath it and see if there's anything under the bed.
You don't see anything.
Okay.
Appears to be clear.
Okay.
Anything weird above the bed? Or is
No,
it just ceiling?
there's like a fancy canopy, and under the bed there's like a bit of a ruffle skirt. But other than that,
I'm going to tap Puck on the shoulder. Just gesture for him to follow. And just go room by room, leading round to 11. See if any of the bedrooms in a similar state as this one. Leading the way with the moon touch blade.
all right. You're gonna check each door on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The first two appear to be like closets, holding cleaning supplies, linens, things like that. However, 10, when you get to it, there is a very large and obvious glyph on it, or symbol of sorts. It's drawn in red, and underneath it, it says "Keep Out."
I do an Arcana check to recognize what the glyph is.
You certainly can.
22.
You recognize it as a glyph of warning, or a glyph of warding, which is a pretty high-level spell. You also know that this type of magic, typically the glyphs are very small and hidden. The fact that this one is so big and blatant is unusual.
I'm going to immediately call everyone over them, the other two over. And just, do you wish to see what's on the other side?
That is our purpose, is it not?
So Puck's
Everyone
gonna
be ready.
yeah, Puck's gonna reach down and try the knob.
Don't.
Yeah,
Allow me.
Okay.
Trace my hand through the air.
All right.
If I could do it before Puck reaches out, if you'd allow it.
Can I
Let's see.
try and like?
I mean, I'll take
Can I
the
try
hit.
and- Can I try and grab Puck's hand before he reaches out?
All of you make a dexterity check to see who acts first.
It's like, I love this dice right now. Dexterity. Straight dex.
Yeah, straight dex.
21.
Okay.
17.
Okay.
24.
Ah, shit.
24. All right.
Jesus.
Puck, roll a dexterity saving throw.
I have dispel magic.
Is it something I can see?
Sure.
It gives me advantage on that. That's a 21.
Okay. You see Well, you obviously see the glyph. You have heard them speaking about how it you know what's up. Like it's not that you see the spell coming so much as you know that it's coming. And it goes off and you snap your hand away almost instinctively as the door sort of, the glyph almost pops with this burst of freezing cold. Discretion, what you find interesting as you sort of almost instinctively are prepared for this to happen. You know that what should happen is that everyone in a 20-foot radius makes this save. However, this spell seems to be suppressed so that only the person activating it makes the save, which means that this spell was tampered with. It was changed to suit. It's been modified. Like this is a modified version of the spell. It also doesn't seem nearly as powerful as it should be. You don't take any damage from it.
Yay!
And the door is now completely frosted over. And the glyph is like iced over. And Discretion, you think that it's safe to enter now. It's possible that it'll reset itself in some time, but it now seems, at least for the moment, it seems to be inert.
Yeah, I'm not even risking having it reset. I don't know how long it'll reset, so I'm not even risking it. Just look towards Puck with, next time again, patience is a virtue, and casting Dispel Magic.
All right. What level is that?
3rd.
Okay. It is dispelled.
I don't want it resetting or anything.
Yeah, the glyph melts and it disappears. Yeah, and the door does not seem to otherwise be locked.
So I'm gonna look. Puck is gonna look at this guy and can I open it now? Is it good?
Go ahead.
And and just gently turn the knob and push the door open slowly.
You see another bedroom, quite a bit smaller. Another bed. This one a bit smaller than the first. Certainly a one-person bed. There is a side table, a bit of a smaller armoire, a desk covered in parchment and scrolls and little jars of different colored inks. And 2 windows looking outside to the ground below.
And the touch blade, so it illuminates the room. Any
and
similar?
You see a journal also as the room's illuminated.
Any similar bloodstain?
No, this bed is actually very neatly made. You do see a similar glyph on the journal, however.
I'm glad you said
that. Plago's going to touch the journal.
It's like, I was going to guess, Puck's going to gesture to the journal and point out that there's the words on it as well.
Step
this one
over.
is just like a normal tiny sized glyph, but it's still
Same
like
again.
on the front cover.
Dispel magic on it.
I'm going for the journal.
It disappears.
Okay. So that spell slot gone. And now I'll just kind of wave to the journal, like in a gesture towards it, bowing gesture of, and now it is safe to read. And just a slow,
Right,
suffering
exactly.
sigh.
I'll flip through it. Is it in Common or Primordial? Because those are the only two languages I can read.
It is in Elvish.
Who reads Elvish?
Elves.
Does anyone?
Say,
Does
not
anyone?
possible.
Mhm.
Leopold?
Yes.
Do you read Elvish?
Common, Elvish, Dwarvish.
Oh, good. One of us does.
I'm going to see Plago kind of perplexed by it and make my way over, looking at Discretion just to make sure I can touch it. If not, I'm going to just kind of read it over like Plago's shoulder, so as not to touch it.
Yeah, I hand it
And
over.
I'm going to keep the skull looking at it too.
So you guys are both reading it.
Yeah.
I love that. Love that. So you flip through, and go ahead and make me an investigation check just to see like how long it takes you to get good relevant information in between
Guidance.
all the other stuff.
What are we doing?
Yep, I'll give guidance.
Okay.
So add a d4.
All right. Investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Plus the
Can I help him by holding the book?
4, 15. It's going to be 18.
No, he's okay. Don't think so. You can be there for moral support. Yeah, you're flipping through, and there's this seems to be a recent journal. It doesn't go back very far date-wise. It is pretty meticulous in terms of there's always a date at the top and even like a time of day. Like it's always like grammatically correct. But there's a lot about going to magic school. There's a lot about being there's a lot of like musing on magic and its uses, and wanting to not rely on dark magic and not liking the way that his family uses it, and feeling like he doesn't fit in. You find passages about another new girl has shown up. Mother's really excited about this one. A lot of it is subtle, and you kind of have to read between the lines. There's a lot of discomfort when he writes about his mother and father and brother. There's a lot of concern for the girls, which he never refers to as sisters. And there's a lot of growing concern. And then there's this long break where there's a date of I'm going away to school, and then the most recent couple of entries are many, many months later. And then are very, very few and far between, like skipping several months at a time, culminating in somebody needs to do something about this situation.
how recent is the last one? I guess if they're written in a book in order as you go through it. How recent was the final entry?
About a week ago.
Okay. And something needs to be done about this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna relay everything that I read in Elvish to the party. It would seem as if between the blood and the concerned child that something bad has happened to these people.
It's hardly a wonder he warded his room and his journal. There were that many disagreements between them.
Is there anything else in the room? Just
there is a desk with a pencil drawer on it that appears to be locked. And there's also several scrolls tied up with twine on top of it.
I can give the desk a shot with thieves' tools.
Okay, go ahead. I assume you have guidance.
Yeah. Guidance.
I'm not super familiar with how thieves' tools work in 5e. Do I just roll?
It would be your dex plus your proficiency with thieves' tools.
Okay.
Yeah, so it works just like a skill, like a special skill.
just one they don't put on the character sheet.
Right.
Or explain.
Yeah.
At all.
Why would you want to know this?
Right.
That'd be a 17 plus guidance is 19.
What was it? Sorry.
Sorry,
My bad.
19.
No, it's fine. I'm sorry. Take your
19.
time.
19, I think it was.
Awesome. Yeah. So you actually have a little bit of trouble with it. And as you're trying to unlock it, you're thinking this is a really intricate lock. And then you realize that it's a magical lock. And you haven't, have you, backstory time, have you dealt with many magical locks before?
I think they come up on occasion. That it's not he doesn't make a habit out of, say, breaking into people's homes.
Right.
But there's, jobs are jobs. Sometimes that's what comes up. His first thought as he's going through it are God damn sophisticated child. And and then it's magical.
Yeah. So you draw back on a couple memories that you have of others that you've encountered in the past, and you manage to get just that right angle on it and pop it open. And the drawer slides open, and the first thing you see is a bunch of spare parchment and some quills, some hard candies, and two different envelopes. One that's completely, one that has the word Aaron on it, Aeryn, and it's unsealed, and another one that is blank on the front and was wax sealed, but the wax seal has been broken.
On the tapestry below, I think you said that it had the names of the children on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were any of them Aaron?
Yeah. Yes, they were. You would recognize that as one of the names of the girls.
I show them what I found without touching it quite yet, because
you guys have gotten so smart.
well, no, it's that he's right over my shoulder, and I don't
Fair.
I like Bobo because he doesn't yell at me. But if I'm not halted, I'll reach for the envelope that's with the one with that has a broken wax seal. Just because somebody's already touched that.
Yes.
Anything in it?
Yeah, so you're picking that one up and
Yeah.
opening it. All right.
Yeah.
So you slide it out, and this one is in common.
I
And
forgot I don't speak languages.
are any of you proficient in history? Or have any background? I'm trying to background affiliations to organizations, like, not to be too specific, but like Harper's or things like that in your characters' backstories.
No.
I think that I'd planned that for him, but I can't remember if I did go ahead with that.
Okay.
With a faction agent or something.
Yeah, something like that, or
nice.
like Thieves Guild or anything like that.
I don't have the faction background, but in his like backstory, that was the idea for him to be affiliated with the Harpers.
Okay.
Don't know if that's
It's not that. I just try not to say what it is before
yeah.
finding out. You don't.
Oh, because the seal.
Yeah, you don't recognize the seal offhand. And the letter, though in common, seems to be in some sort of code. At least it's written in such a way that it's not immediately obvious what it's saying, but it reads something like, to the most distinguished Bryn Berevan, we have watched your progress at the Academy with great interest, and you've passed our first test. Therefore, we are pleased to offer you a permanent place within our ranks. An agent will contact you with more information. We look forward to working with you again soon.
Why would a school write in code? Do you know any strange rumors about the school, my slightly undead friend?
Let me go ahead and talk to the skull, see if it's got any insight for me, or history in this case. Ooh, I'll take it.
Are you guidancing?
I am.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 19.
All right.
Oh.
The school, you haven't heard much about besides just it's a very astute wizarding school. It tends more on the side of wizards than sorcerers, in terms of teaching book, like Vancian magic, as opposed to helping students who have innate magic harness their spellcasting, though it dabbles. However, looking at this letter and the seal, you don't think that this seal is from any wizarding school. You think maybe that this is from some other organization, like that is recruiting from the school potentially.
I'm gonna listen to the skull. The spirits believe that just because it mentions the schooling of the student, that it might not necessarily be from the school, that whoever this is may just be watching the child in hopes of luring them away from potentially their education at some point.
If I look closely at that seal, Dyxios has made a long habit of targeting those rich and poor, those of ill repute and dark connections. If he looks closely at this seal, is there anything that triggers anything in his memories as he goes back even to the time of pre-Fae, back with Rowena? Is there anything from that history?
A history check with advantage. I feel like
Okay.
your character is the
Guidance.
kind of character that would have run into them at some point.
I'll guidance myself.
Sure.
I'm also going to use a psionic dice to use psi bolstered knack, which will add a d6 to it.
Cool.
Okay, total that comes to 21, 24, 27.
All right. Yeah, you take a look at it, and you have to really search your memory. And you can tell me, when is the last time that you have come across the seal of a reclusive assassins guild?
I imagine that would have been, let's say, 3 years past now. Shortly after the encounter with the Fae that changed his life, where he was still more desperate in his actions and thus dove deeper than where he normally would have dove in his actions to try and uncover the darkness of the world. And I imagine he might have stumbled across one person affiliated with this guild at one point, tracking back some murders and such back to this person.
Right.
And being reckless and not really caring, he would have just dove straight into investigating.
Yep. So you saw this seal on that occasion, and it might be very slightly changed since then, but it's certainly, and this would be their style too, recruiting young, talented individuals.
Yeah, just say to the group, this is no academic recruitment. As I am sure you're all aware, there are many things that lurk in the shadows that don't need to be supernatural in nature. The darkness of mortals is dark enough at times. This group, they are quiet, fleeting, in the very corners of society, but they are assassins. Rarely seen, rarely heard, and it was by chance I found them. But this individual was being groomed and recruited by this assassin guild. I don't even know their name, I just know their sigil and what they do.
I wonder if that is the fate the individual in the other room met.
And before we move on, we will take a short break, I think.
Awesome.
As this is about the halfway point
Cool.
in our stream. If that's okay with everyone, that won't be too late, will it?
Very good.
It's
Okay.
fine.
I don't even know what time it is.
That's
That's fine.
All right, cool. It is currently 9:15. We will take about a 10-minute break and come right back. To everybody's watching on this special Monday episode, thank you for tuning in against our schedule. We really appreciate it. Once again, to our players, thanks for kind of making things work with our schedule. I absolutely appreciate it. Litza, great job. I'm thoroughly no idea what's going on and having fun talking about the skull, so I'm good to go.
I love the skull.
Yeah. All right. 9:15. Everybody watching, thank you. We'll be right back, and hopefully we'll see everybody on the other side. Where'd my mouse go? All right. Thank you for sticking with us. We are back from our break, currently exploring the second floor of the mansion of the missing noble family. So far, bloody bed, and at least it looks like somebody else who was living in the house may have had something to do with it, as somebody was trying to do it to give him a job. And so with that, we'll throw it back to Litza, our Dungeon Master.
All right. So one letter has been opened and one letter remains. Yeah, and you do recognize the name as one of the girls on the tapestry.
I'm gonna open that one too, but I'm guessing that one's gonna be an elven.
Indeed it is.
I hand it to Leopold.
You do recognize, however, at the top it says Aaron, and at the bottom signed it says Bryn.
Okay. Is it the same handwriting as the other Elvish?
No.
Okay.
Or other Elvish in the journal, yes. Sorry.
Okay.
I was confused. Yes, it is.
So I'm gonna take a look at it and, of course, hold the skull to help me read it.
Okay. I will paraphrase because I did not write this out. But you read it, and it appears to be a sort of love letter. It appears to be a letter that was written conveying feelings of I understand what's happened to you and I want to help. And the only reason I've hesitated to speak to you or intervene is because I didn't want you to think of me in any way the same as my brother. But I want you to know that I'm not like him. I'm not like my parents. And if there's anything I can do to get you away from this place, I will. And if you want to leave here with me, say the word and we will be gone. It's within my power to protect you. Things like that. It also appears as though it was never sent, as it's still in this room and in this dresser drawer.
I'm going to convey it to the party and then be slightly embarrassed, like I felt like I read something that was kind of none of my business. Just as it's a love letter, I'm going to fold it up nicely and basically put it back where Plago got it.
I don't think you have anything to be embarrassed about. That sounds like very helpful information to gain context about the situation.
It seems a little personal. And
Your personal business stretched pretty far. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm just going to kind of put it back and just maybe going to kind of just leave the room. Feeling like I've invaded somebody's privacy, so I'm just going to kind of slink out to the hallway.
Plago, you feel a little bit of a tingle coming from your pocket where you slipped that pocket.
From my backpack?
Do you put it in your backpack?
Yeah, I put it in my backpack, yeah.
Okay. You kind of get this sense of it.
Okay.
Like you can do you have any magical ability?
Not even a little bit.
Okay. So it's probably an unusual feeling for you. But it feels a little bit like when someone casts a spell on you. Like I'm sure that you've had cure wounds cast on you before, probably, at least at some point in your life.
Yeah.
And it's probably similar. You just feel maybe attuned to it.
Oh.
And
my attunement slots are full for the day, or like I have 3 attunement items. So
okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So you can feel, in that case, you can feel it trying to do something, like trying to latch on. And it can't, and it kind of fades away after a second.
Discretion. Am I pronouncing that right?
Discretion.
Discretion. There's something in my pocket that is you may want to identify briefly. I'm not saying that I put it in my backpack, but it is in my backpack. And I open like the flap on my pouch and just kind of with one of my claws take it out by the chain so that he can see it.
He starts to say, is this some kind of euphemism now? Is not that... And then just kind of stops as you bring it out.
And it, now that I have the page open, it appears to be of fine elvish work with filigree leaves and flowers all over it.
I'm going to reach into my pockets, pull out a handkerchief, gather up the locket. I'll spend the next minute, I think.
It was attempting to make a little contact, and well, that could be concerning, or that could be helpful. I don't know what my accent is for this guy, by the way.
This is why I said to be cautious in what you take.
I didn't hold it.
And I'll cast Identify.
All right. So you go ahead and start concentrating on that.
Takes me the next minute.
Right. And Leopold, as you move into the hallway,
Did we lose? Okay.
Right. You catch out of the corner of your eye, in the shadows, a sort of shifting darkness.
I'm gonna point this, the skull and its radiating eyes towards like wherever I saw it, just to make sure I'm not going crazy and to really shine some light on it.
Okay. And what you see, who else is in the hallway versus inside the room?
I think if I'm doing this with Dyxios, I'm probably in the room, unless he's moved out.
I'm still in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the room.
All right.
Leopold, you're on your own.
Look.
Roll for initiative.
Sorry, I should have had this open. You see this shadowy figure sort of move as the light shines on it into two figures. And it appears to be humanoid in shape and made of shadows. And where a face would be, there are absolutely no features. But you can tell that it is looking at you. And the two of them begin moving toward you as though they're hovering over the floor instead of walking.
Thank God they're not on
And
tricycles.
You feel this chill in the air preceding them.
I'm gonna talk to them. You do not belong here. This place is for the living or the living adjacent. This place may be cursed. We mean you no harm, and I hope that through our aid in this matter, we may be able to send you to where you truly belong, and you may find peace.
Make a persuasion check.
I don't care for this.
Oh, man, I'm all over this. Shit, that's what I get. 12. I'll still take it. 25.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you, guidance. 21.
I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can guide you in that one because he's in the other room.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's only for one
In
check.
this case, there'll be no guidance.
Okay. Then 21.
Okay. So the two figures pause and turn as though looking at each other, and then without turning their bodies, they both move to the side and just disappear right through a wall and are gone into room 11.
I'm gonna kind of stand there. I said all that out loud, so I imagine everybody kind of heard me from their perspective, just kind of screaming into the hallway.
Yeah.
Unprovoked.
You guys all hear that.
And then I'm actually going to make... So they just kind of went through the wall.
Yup.
About, yeah. And both of them went into 11?
Yep.
And then when I shined my light on it, I turned the one into 2, or I just saw a second one because of the light?
You saw a second one.
Okay.
Like they were either very close or even like within each other. But it didn't seem as though they were multiplying.
Okay. I'm going to go to about the spot where I saw them disappear through the wall and kind of just rub it and maybe show the skull, like where they went in.
The wall seems chilly, but otherwise nothing out of the ordinary. You can make an investigation check.
Not charisma based.
Sorry.
See? 7.
7. Yeah, nothing seems out of the ordinary. It's just a wall, a very nice wall, dark wood, very like fancy dark wallpaper.
Does the cold like sensation remain, or does it just feel cold and then eventually it goes away?
Yeah, it's very slightly cold and then it fades to slightly less cold, but still, it's still, again, a bit chillier on this floor than downstairs.
Okay. I'm just going to hang out here and wait for everybody else. I talk to Ghost. I don't mess with them.
Yeah. Puck is going to move in the hallway to check on him because obviously that was a very odd conversation to have with yourself.
Yeah. You move into the hallway and you see him touching the wall.
Plago, his like tail is all like poofed out, but he's holding the thing for Dyxios, and so he stays where he is for the moment, but ready to jump if shit pops off.
Discretion.
Maintain focus on identify.
Yeah, you hear this, but you maintain your focus, and you gain information about this locket as though you are attuned to it, though you are not. And you learn that, first of all, it can't be opened except by an attuned wearer. And once attuned, the person wearing it can open the locket in order to charm a creature within 30 feet who can see or hear them. The charm lasts for an hour or until the wearer closes the locket. And it can be done once per day and resets after a long rest. And creatures can make a wisdom saving throw with a DC 17 to resist the effects, and those who are immune to charm are unaffected. However, the object is cursed, and after the locket is closed, the wearer has to make a DC 17 charisma save or have their hit point maximum reduced by the number of creatures that have been affected by the locket's charm. And if the wearer unattunes, then their HP can be restored by a lesser restoration spell if their maximum is above 10. But if it's under 10, it can be restored only by the remove curse spell and the restoration spell.
I'd be
using
all of this.
Not terrible at the not terrible at the beginning, and not terrible if you don't use it. But if you use it over and over and over again, then once you unattune to it, you could be in some trouble.
Can you share all that with Plago?
Yeah, he would have been narrating it out loud as the information kind of filters into his head.
So it's hard with the thing, but he just kind of like tips his hand so that it falls off the nail and into the open drawer and just...
That's because it's going to catch it.
Oh.
And is going to put it on.
Right.
You confound me on every level. But shall we see what is bothering her?
It's not too damaging, and the effect is now known to me. So I do not mind. It is what is unknown that is most dangerous. But yes, let us go see what is going on.
After you.
And for its worth, Litza, I have an open attunement slot, so at any point it attunes, it will automatically attune.
Excellent. I will tell you when it attunes. You step into the hallway, and Plago, you feel a similar tingle from your sword under your cloak. As it attempts to attune and fails to do so. Approximately 10 minutes later.
I have Dyxios, I have the oddest feeling that sword may have been magical as well. It's just a tingle I get inside.
Cerebrum be damned to the depths of hells. What else have you done?
He kind of does like the dramatic, you remember in like Emperor's New Groove when Yzma pulls back her like robe and there's a dagger on her hip? He kind of does that, but like more out of utility because like there's some weird stuff going on in front of him.
Just stares at the blade for a few seconds. Just
Is it not him? I have so many magic items. These magic items can't do anything to me. I'm far too powerful for these magic items. I'm safe. It means, look, this is a bright side. Got too excited. It's a bright side. It means I can carry all those things, and they'll never know. They'll never be able to touch me. So we'll know which ones are magical without you having to use all that.
I'll tell you what.
This is all mentally.
I was responding mentally as well. I'll make a deal with you. Don't touch anything else. And once we're done here, I will look over everything. Is that what you wish to take? You can take. But for now, just nothing else. Please.
We have to touch a lot of things in here. It's an investigation.
I am not feeling. It just it was like a growl from him, I suppose. More leopard than cat at this point, or panther than cat, I suppose. He just kind of stalks past. Do you listen?
Very much so, like looking right at you, pushing the object off the desk attitude over here.
As Discretion walks out into the hallway, he just sees Puck reaching for the door handle to 11.
I'm gonna have pointed.
I give up. I give up. Does this curse affect more than upon my fate itself? And he just falls into what would be draconic, essentially. So you just hear a rolling grasp of growls and grunts in this guttural language. And I'd say what you would catch at first was, to say it without the accents was more obvious, was, what was it? Oh, Sir Hebron, did you curse me deeper than just my fate? And then it goes deeper into the draconic.
You turn the door handle and the door just swings open.
I do want to
So
say
much.
Plago's Lucky Feet is doing work right now.
9 lives indeed.
I'm gonna poke the skull in, like kind of around Puck, keeping
Wonderful.
Puck in between me and whatever's in the room, and then I'm gonna try to like use the skull almost like a flashlight to just kind of see what's going on in there, and silently, if we come across the figures, I'm gonna not say anything, but I'm basically just gonna tap him on the shoulder and kind of point.
You don't see any shadowy figures.
Okay.
You do see what appears to be a master bedroom. The bed is very large, sort of the equivalent of a king size. And you see two figures laying in the bed, covered up to the neck. A nightstand, a large armoire. On the nightstand appears to be a journal, a small jar of some kind. There's a fireplace and a mantle, and above the fireplace are several portraits.
Figures in the bed. Figures is in the description of like a body, or figure as in.
Two bodies laying down.
Okay. Let's go look at that first before we start looking at the furniture.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Didn't mean to glaze right over that, but yeah, that's
okay. I
that's
was
there.
Like, I was like, two bodies, huh? Okay, well, yeah, we'll do that. So it kind of, I guess, kind of politely push my way past Puck, or if Puck kind of went, barbarian on his way into the room, and then kind of stand over the bodies and point the skull at him, and see what's going on with the two bodies.
They are staring dead-eyed at the ceiling.
Oh shit. Are they alive?
They do not appear to be.
Okay. All right. Woo. Okay. That's two separate ideas. Okay. All right. Can I tell what race they are?
They are elvish.
Okay.
And they look a bit like the mother and father you saw on the tapestry, though far more dead and slightly more decayed.
The slight me in that sentence concerns me.
I'm just gonna pull the blanket back off of them, see if there's any stab wounds, if like there was in the other room.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation or a medicine check. Some combination thereof.
The medicine check, that's a 17.
Okay. You inspect the bodies, and are you proficient with medicine?
No.
Okay. You're looking at them, and you notice some discoloration, especially in the fingers and toes of both of them. You don't find any wounds from stabbing or like any weapons, like any stabbing, slashing wounds. There are no breaks in the skin. But you do. They do appear very stiff, as dead bodies would be. And there seems to be also some discoloration in the mattress itself, the sheets underneath them, but not blood. It looks as though everything was very wet and then dried. Their hair and clothes look matted as though they were soaked through with water and then have dried over several days. But you can't find any specific wounds on their bodies.
Weird.
They look similar to drowning victims, in the state the bodies are in.
So yeah, so I was thinking asphyxiation.
Yeah.
Make Discretion, make an Arcana check.
I'll guide myself, because why not?
Okay.
Oh, not that good. 14. Oh no, actually pretty good. 22. Thank God for
Okay.
Jack of all trades.
Puck, you're thinking about perhaps you've seen a drowning victim before, and you think that this looks more like someone who the fingers and toes look similar to frostbite to you. Like maybe they were frozen. And when you mention this, if you would mention this, Dyxios, you recall that a cone of cold spell, if it kills the person, it transforms them into a frozen statue.
Yeah, that makes sense. How would we again mentioned to the group?
What manner of magic was it that came from the ward earlier?
Frost.
It was ice as well.
I thought so.
So our young assassin seems to have taken umbrage with his family in a most deadly manner. What were they doing, I wonder, that got him so angry?
Must have been deep. Family's important.
What was her name? Erin, was it? In the journal. Yes, in the journal, he did not say a new sister had been brought, right? He said that new girls been brought. If these individuals were indeed involved in some darker magics, pass them us as children. Have no questions be asked, either your own or as towards the family. And they are targets to practice with or utilize. Ready at hand.
Is it just me, or did the outside of this house look a little small for 7 bedrooms to you?
I was just thinking that you see the son's bedrooms, I assume. The parents, and gesture to the bed. So where do 4 girls sleep?
On the tapestry, did it look like... Did any of the girls' portraits appear to have, like, aged at all compared to, like, the, I suppose, Aaron's? Did Aaron's look like it was significantly newer than the others, or...
Not that you could tell. They all look approximately the same age. But so did the parents. They weren't like old enough, like hundreds of years old, like the top ones would have been. You did notice that all of the siblings seem to be approximately the same age. Which, granted, they are elves with longer lifespans, but still.
They're all secretly 400.
Mm.
As everybody's kind of talking about everything, Leopold's going to reach into his pouch, pull out like some feathers, kind of throw them about, some ink, and bite into it and spit it all over the bodies, and start chaining to the skull. And I'm going to cast Speak with Dead.
Excellent.
And it's 10 minutes, so it's going to look like this really kind of awful, horrific ritual. Incense is burning. I'm talking to the skull, probably spinning around. And I'm going to touch... Can I... you said the bodies look like the parents on the tapestry?
Yes.
And I can tell them...
From what you can tell.
And I can tell them apart which one would be...
Yeah.
Okay. They both appeared to have died the same way?
Yes.
Okay.
Side by side, both on their backs.
I'm going to pick the mother.
Okay.
And, yeah, I'm going to ask her a couple questions. Anybody...
Okay.
If... By the time I've touched her, I'm going to explain to everybody what I've done. If there's anything you would wish to ask of the dead, please do not hesitate. And I'm gonna... I don't know how she's gonna react, if she's gonna like sit up and have a conversation with me, or...
The spell goes off and she slowly blinks, and there's this raspy inhalation of breath. But other than that, she doesn't seem to move, and her eyes remain fixed on the ceiling.
Okay. Alright. Is it just yes or no questions, or like do they real answers? Speak with Ted.
I think it's more real
Answers
answers.
you
Just answer
No.
questions.
Yeah, brief, cryptic, or repetitive.
Okay.
But they can't give you any information they didn't know
Sure.
during their life. And they, I think there's a part of it that is like they can recognize if they don't know you and don't necessarily have to answer honestly. So
Yeah.
Like you're talking to an NPC.
Okay.
yeah.
So, okay.
Well, the spell would gone ahead. Give me show something. Okay. This whole time, the spell would have been cast.
Lady.
Dyxios would have been looking over the husband, the father.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as the spell is just about to be cast, since he has the spell himself, so would recognize it, he's going to step back and disguise self
Okay.
into the husband's form.
Okay.
Recognizing this, I'm gonna cast the spell, and the second I recognize that it has worked, I'm gonna step away and let Dyxios step forward so that it appears that the husband has woken her up, or at least that'll be the first what she sees.
Sure. Okay.
Now, I'll broadcast out through the mental link of, if you have any questions, let me know this way.
Be very interested in knowing her goals for her children.
If one of her children did this,
She may not
Where-
know that.
Okay.
And where the girls are.
Who knows the ones that killed you?
She breathes in this raspy sort of breath and then pushes the air back out and says, "Oh, my son, how could he betray the family in this way?"
Having heard her kind of voice, will shift from his own voice into an approximation of her own, assuming the husband would speak with the same. And, the girls. What was the intent with the girls?
Oh, sweet husband, you were so good to me, bringing me the daughters I always wanted. You are always so good to me.
Remind me, was harm ever brought upon those girls?
We never harmed them, did we? No, we just made them love us. What is wrong with that? We only made them love us.
Gonna reach up and touch that amulet he's wearing. And mentally broadcast out. I think we have 2 more questions. Any others?
Where are the other 3 daughters? Is there ones other than Aaron, perhaps?
We know 2 names, don't we? Know Erin and what was the other name?
Bryn was
There's
the
another name in the.
Well,
What's
you
the
would
name
have
in the
seen
letter?
you would have seen all of them on the tapestry.
Oh yeah.
So the father and mother are Ovalis Nicholas and Lashana.
Okay.
The boys are Roland and Bryn, and the girls are Erin, Thea, May, and Mara.
Right.
And anyone familiar with elves and elvish culture would know that the short names, especially the 1-2 syllable names, are childhood names that usually elves give up and will take like the longer fancy names when they come of age. So the fact that Bryn still has a 1-syllable name means that he was still considered a child and hadn't yet reached full maturity. And all the girls probably were as well.
What room were the girls kept?
The servants' you know, this girls need.
One last question. And I won't ask out loud, but cast it out to the group to see if they're happy with his final question. Of do I ask if she knows what happened to them? Does anyone have any other suggestion?
I think that's a good one.
I think it works.
Do you know what happened to the girls?
What happened to the girls? I just remember feeling cold. So cold. Oh, how could he do this? Oh, how could he do this? And she breathes this long, long sigh out, and then her body goes completely still and rigid again.
I'll drop the disguise off.
I'll walk over to her and say very solemnly, thank you for reaching out from beyond to help us. And then I'm going to pull the blanket just completely up over her head.
Plago's been pacing in the hall, kind of just back and forth around the corner, around 11, like hearing in his mind, and the back of his fur is like all up on his back, but he's kind of leaving that be what it is for them.
I did Blaine not send that letter.
Come again?
The letter that he had written for Erin. It was still in his drawer.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he not hand it over? He said that nothing had happened to the girls, so why did he not hand it over to her?
Nothing she knows has happened to the girls. Perhaps things occurred before he could hand it over. Perhaps bravery hadn't struck yet. There's a lot of things that could have happened.
Saying that the murder of the mother and the father was clean. The murder in the other room was not.
You're right. There was no body there either.
It is odd.
It was not dragged. We know that from the lack of blood. Where did it go?
Huck is going to move through the other doorway back into the hallway, heading up towards 13.
Oh, leg behind with the squishies.
When you head out that door and get into 12, you notice that it seems to be a sort of photo gallery. And you wouldn't none of you would have noticed before because you hadn't gone around the corner, but hanging on all of the walls in 12 are large family portraits. Well, there's one large portrait of the mother and father. There's one of Roland, the oldest son. There's one of Bryn, with wearing very fancy robes, standing in front of what appears to be some sort of academy with a red triangle stitched right above the heart. And then there's one portrait of the mother and father and the 2 boys and the 4 girls. And what you notice, Puck, is that the portraits of the parents and the individual portraits of the 2 boys appear to be following you with their eyes.
Yeah, so Puck's going to pick up the portrait nearest him that's looking at him and following him, pick it up, turn it around, and set it back down on the floor.
Okay.
And I'm going to do that to every one of the ones that's following me.
Because
nope.
I'll help him because I see what he's doing. I don't get it, but yeah, all right. You figured out some puzzle.
Okay.
Don't do that.
While they're turning pictures over in the other room, I'm going to kind of motion to Dyxios just that there's a mantle with some more, like, creepy knickknacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, it's, yeah, a few.
Heedful of the warning of our rogue friend here, I'm going to kind of motion over to the knickknacks to see if there's anything that might be interesting, and alleviate their stress a little by not just running in and touching a bunch of stuff.
There's you see a black rose and a little bird skull and a portrait of the mother holding a baby and looking extremely happy.
I guess a quick question, Litza.
Mm-hmm.
The wife said that she made them love her, right? Or love them. It was something to that regard, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, Dyxios has just been staring down at the 2 on the bed this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of zoned out a little bit. And as Leopold kind of gestures towards that, he just kind of waves a hand over his shoulder with a, take what you will.
Ooh.
And you
just
attune
go ahead.
the locket in that moment.
Mm-hmm. He's just staring at these 2 on the bed this whole time. Even ignoring, he has no concept of what's going on in the other room at all. He's kind of just hyper-focused on these 2.
And through your sort of haze of memory, you sort of just vaguely hear, as if it wants to be heard. And Leopold, you hear this too, from the corner, a chuckle. And you recognize the voice. And it is it's the laugh of someone that you know very well. It is Rowena's chuckle, amused, slightly mocking.
I'm going to
Don't
spin
turn to
around.
look at all.
I'm going to spin around with my skull, try to flash the lights and the direction that the sound is coming from. Curse you, spirits, you've given me this gift to speak with those beyond. Not once to speak to my daughter, and now, in a moment of mockery, you use her, because we are close to solving whatever is wrong here. And I'm like really angry about it, like yelling once again into the void, the corner of the room, not even like trying to keep the skull like in view, almost disregarding that I have it, and just being, very personal as I yell towards that part of the room. And then be like winded afterwards, just that intensely, like screaming.
Plago's gonna go into the room after hearing that. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
The gift,
That's still staring at the bed.
the gift that I have to speak with those beyond, it is being used to mock us and to scare us from our task. We are close to finding out what happened to these people and where these girls are. And whatever it is that did this doesn't want us to continue. And just fixated on the corner, acknowledging everybody, but I haven't broken contact, so I'm staring into the corner, and Dyxios is apparently staring at the bed, the figures on the bed.
What is it that you see and hear, Leopold? This voice that you recognize.
It is the voice of my daughter. She has been dead for a while, and when I received these gifts, I'd hoped that one day I would be able to reach her beyond. And until now, I have not. And I do not believe this to be her, for she would not mock her father trying to help people.
I assume me and Leopold then heard different voices, but it was kind of the same.
Yes. Yeah. Leopold, you see this figure, slightly ghostly in nature, reach a small hand out to you. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Natural one.
What memory does this creature force you to relive in just an instant of you and your daughter?
Me saying goodbye to her for the last time.
You take 7 psychic damage as this memory fills your mind.
Damn, I hurt my feelings. Physical damage hurting my feelings. Ow. Right in the feels. As it kind of plays in my mind, something I try to forget, I'm going to just kind of wobble my head as it probably hurts immensely, and then take some like emotional damage as well.
Plago, as you enter, you witness this scene of Leopold sort of yelling at this figure in the corner. And when you look at it, you see someone from your past that was perhaps very meaningful to you. Who is it that you see?
Is this the person that I messaged you about?
Mm-hmm.
My mother, who
still lives in the shittier part of town, where we're more or less been stuck there, a little bit stagnant for a while.
And she turns to you and looks confused. And she says, Plago, what are we doing in this terrible place? You must help me. And reaches a hand out for you. Make an insight check.
Absolutely. Can it just flat, or like, there's no reason my mother would be here?
Oh, it counts as an attack, and I rolled shitty, so.
Oh. I rolled exactly average, so that's 16.
All right. You can feel some sort of deceptive, charming magic trying to weave its way into your mind. But as you said, there's no reason that your mother would be here, and you know better, and you managed to shake off whatever this effect is. And this figure turns somewhat unsubstantial. It wavers for a moment like a mirage, and you resist the effect that it has on your mind.
Plago's response is to flick his hat, which is a hat of vermin, and a terrified bat flies out of it and like pops near the spirit, and just do not mock the only one that I still have left to spirit. And with that insight, do I see what Dyxios is going through next to me, or
you can tell that he is not himself. And normally he would be having a very different reaction to this situation.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of snap my paw in front paw pads in front of him. Like, come on, I'm gonna start touching more shit. Snap out of it. We need you. Grab his shoulder.
Puck, what is it that you see in
That
this
would be
corner?
the woman that took me in after the tribe was destroyed, the Brenda the Red. So little short gnomish woman.
All right. She turns and looks at you and begins to laugh. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
The barbarian special.
You say that, and I just rolled a nat 20 on it.
Oh,
Hey,
you're welcome.
Nice.
Bardic inspiration. You're welcome.
I fully expected to fail that.
Burdick Sasbury?
you feel
Right.
this wave of cold pass over you, and all of your neck hairs stand on end, but you are just a stone wall, and you face it down like every other big bad monster you've faced down before. And it's like your whole being says, I am not freaking scared of you. And as you stand strong against this fear effect, this creature, the laughter turns to an echoing laughter as it fades and begins to disappear.
Is it? Did it disappear, or is it still kind of fading?
It's starting to
Just
fade. If
checking.
you want to do something,
Yeah.
you may.
I think I'm gonna try and throw my spear at it, and I don't know how well that's
Okay.
gonna work because it's a big spooky ghost, but
Go for it.
oh, it is a thrown weapon. Excellent. Does a 26 hit?
Yes, most certainly does.
Seven points of damage.
All right.
Oh,
It. Yes.
sorry. No, that is correct. It's already factored in.
So the spear passes through it and thunks into the wall, but it does shriek a bit and move to the side as wisps seem to tear away from it.
Dyxios is going to turn away from the two on the bed and look towards what I assume is the visage of Rowena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everyone will just hear him say out loud, you are as beautiful as the day that Osterbron ruined what we had. We'll hold out a hand, and a bolt of psychic energy is going to burst forth as I cast Rolothim's Psychic Glance at the creature at 4th level, and I need an intelligence saving throw. And he's still in kind of this hazy state.
Mm. That is a 15.
That is a fail. It takes 76. 5, 9, 13, 19, 22, 25, 30 points of psychic damage.
Nice.
All right.
And it is incapacitated.
It certainly is, because it shrieks and completely disappears. It's just shredded. But not like a person would be, like an incorporeal creature would be, just shredded into pieces of mist and dissipates. Pretty obviously not of its own choosing.
Just gonna lower the hand and just stare at that point for a bit. Still kind of hazy and lost in a memory.
And at the door between 11 and the hallway near the staircase, a figure, a darkened figure, rolled a 21 for stealth, I will point out. Sort of lets out a bit of a laugh and says, "What a waste of time fighting with a memory."
How far away is it from the other doorway?
It's basically in the doorway of between 11 and the staircase, the doorway that you're not in.
Okay, and that's...
And
It's more or less like right here.
Yeah, she's saying that doorway.
And this is not a voice any of us recognize?
No,
Okay.
it would not be. A particularly elvish bent to it.
So,
And as you look over, most obvious first are the multiple stab wounds in the chest that are stained red. And then the elf ears, and the very handsome face of a young elvish boy that you all would recognize as Roland, the eldest son of the family. Looking
Well, what do you think he
particularly pale.
Either help us, spirit, or get out of our way. And I don't like this whole ghost thing being shitty to me, so I'm gonna do it quite forcefully, and kind of threaten it with the skull while I'm gesticulating and screaming at it.
I'm gonna grab my spear out of the wall.
Yeah, while he's gesturing at it forcefully with the skull, I'm gonna move to about where Discretion is and draw my pike.
I don't think so. This is my house.
And a stab him.
Okay. And we can roll initiative.
That's valid. This guy's a shit.
I'm going to give you more stab wounds.
That's so smart.
Ooh, not too bad.
It's not that bad. 18 for Dyxios.
Oh shit. Out of 10.
13.
1.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, you just said. You just said it, Jim.
Leopold was what?
13.
13?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was Puck?
21.
21?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, I missed the 20 in there.
Yeah, I thought you said 1 too.
No, I have a +4 to start, so.
Very nice.
All right. So go ahead and take your surprise attack, as it were.
So I'm going to rage and swing at him.
Amazing.
Does a 25 hit?
Yeah.
I have to ask. You never know.
Alright, 26 and 25.
$17 points of damage on the first swing. Assuming a 29 hits.
Yes.
And that's 16 on the second hit.
That just misses.
No, 17.
No, 16 points of damage on the second hit.
Oh, sorry.
I was like,
My
a 20,
My
I was like,
bad.
I was like a 29 misses? What? What's
Yes.
crazy is
We just missed. That makes you feel really bad. Just missed.
missed.
No, you missed by a
That's
ton.
what. I was
was like,
watching
oh,
that
wait.
paper.
I was like, wait, like,
I erase knowledge of AC from my mind as a free action.
And as you very much take him off guard, apparently, we enter initiative, and you can go again. Congratulations.
Nice.
I will
Nice.
be more than willing to take more opportunities to hit him. 28.
Yup.
Just misses.
Right.
Missed by a little more.
13 points of damage.
Right.
6. 16 points of damage, and then I'm gonna use a bonus action for Polearm Master.
Nice.
Boop the ghost snoot.
24.
24 hits. So we
Yeah, I've got to find my other die now. 12 points of damage.
okay. Is this a magical weapon? I gotta ask.
It's a +1 pike.
Yeah, so magical.
Jesus Christ. Okay. He looks like shit already. And it's Discos' turn.
snarling
You're
again.
beating this teenager into the ground.
Snarling
Sorry.
more like panther than cat once again. Gonna drop the saber that he's carrying, the moon touch saber, and he's just going to move forward to get into melee. As he's doing so, he kind of just grab at nothing, and everyone can see this kind of wispy blade form in his hand as he forms a psychic blade and goes in for the first attack. That is a 25 to hit.
Yes.
Okay, now I have a lot of dice, so bear with me a moment. First, the blade itself does 9 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
Sneak attack gives me... What's my sneak attack? My sneak attack right now is an extra 2d6, that's 9. That's 12. That's 17 so far. I am now going to burn a bardic inspiration to use psychic blades and do an extra 3d6 psychic. So 4, 6. That's an additional 10 points of psychic damage on top of that.
17 was normal damage.
It's all psychic.
All of it's psychic. Okay.
Yep, so 27 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
That makes for a bad day.
Yeah.
We are murdering the shit out of this dead teenager. Good work, team.
Again.
Stay off
Okay.
my lawn.
His old man.
So can't feel too bad.
Stay
Is
off
it
my
still
lawn.
standing?
He is still standing.
Alright, the blade
And-
kind of dissipates
Jesus.
and a shorter one forms in his offhand and he goes in for the second attack.
Oh no! He looks like he would be mad if he wasn't so goddamn confused. like holy shit.
This did not
These
go as
guys
I
are-
planned.
These
So
guys are
that's-
really strong. What the
You will
heck?
respect your
That's
living
a-
elders.
I guess.
16? 16 to hit?
That barely misses.
Ah, okay.
He looks.
Oh, now we
Yeah. Okay.
That's my turn then.
All right.
Man, this shitty little kid has the same AC as me, and I'm a fucking monk.
Am I correct in assuming that that Puck attacked recklessly? Or did you just attack normally?
No, I just attacked normally.
What? Always reckless attack. What's
That's
wrong with you?
The barbarian.
Did he even go into a rage?
Yeah, he raged.
Okay.
All right.
I don't tend to use reckless because it's usually not advantageous for me.
I always reckless. It's the fun of it.
Exactly.
Fair point.
I
You're
mean, I
always
die
reckless
a
in a
lot, but
Also
That's just the
kind
fun
of
of
the
it.
point.
yeah, that's the fun of it.
What's the point of being a barbarian if you don't pass through the gates of death a couple of times a session?
Really. No.
Around.
Hey, I'm back.
That's what healing word is for, really.
Right.
Exactly.
Heals.
Put him back. It's not 3-5. You can't go negative.
So he's gonna leap toward Puck, who I assume is just right there in his face.
Yeah, I'm 15 feet from him.
15 feet. Okay, well, he's gonna close the distance then. And then take a big old leap for you and try to bite you.
Is he within 5 feet of me when he does that?
Probably.
Sentinel, I hit him.
Okay.
Fuck this
This
kid.
poor kid.
Oh God, Senator.
Natural 20!
Ah!
I don't
Do
even know
your
what I rolled.
thing.
Okay, what's the special stuff for natural 20?
Full damage.
Um,
Roll again.
Max.
For the dice.
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Do you want me
definitely.
go ahead and do max damage and then roll? Am I
Okay.
allowed to do that?
Yeah,
As,
that's
as
what
god of the game?
That's gonna be 18 damage.
Oh man, he's still up. He scared me.
Where? Oh, yeah.
He definitely takes a freaking gut punch though.
Yeah, I have like the spear ready, and just like slash up with it.
Wow. Okay, at least
Let's
I
get up.
rolled good. He's still gonna definitely freaking die. He should run away, but he's not that smart, I guess.
And Litza, I have a mechanic question since you are the DM and we're on that page right now.
Yes.
15 foot is my reach.
Okay.
He's moved closer. Does that count as him moving into my reach?
I
No.
guess so.
That's an honest question. I've never played a polearm master, so I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
He would
that
have
sounds-
started in your reach already.
Right. That's
I
kind of
think.
my thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, because if not, I'm hitting him again.
Okay.
Polearm Master's fun, yeah. I've messed about with it before, but it is unfortunately, if you could hit him, unfortunately, he's already within your range.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. That I rolled a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Right,
So he's
cutting
going to
Just barely.
He's gonna latch onto you like a little spider monkey, and bite your neck like a vampire. And he does
I'm gonna
4
take-
piercing damage.
I'm going to take umbrage
Yeah.
that they're besmirching my kind's name. See, this is why people think what they think about us. God.
And you're gonna take 11 necrotic damage,
Yeah.
and your maximum hit point
Ooh.
is reduced by 11.
Ugh.
Wow.
And he's gonna gain 11 back, which is not
Yeah.
gonna help him not die, because now it is Leopold's turn. And he still looks a step into the grave.
As
Another step.
Yeah.
Another step.
He's hovering over it.
Yeah, he
Step into
definitely
another
is.
separate grave.
Yeah.
as somebody who recently had their feelings very much hurt, I have decided to be toxic and lash out by hurting somebody's feelings in turn. I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers at 2nd level.
What's that, 4d8?
Odd.
4d6.
D6.
And I'm going to just explain to him all the things he would never get to experience, all the great things in life that he will miss out on. And while also saying that even if he had lived, he would have never lived up to his potential that his parents would have expected of him. So wisdom saving throw of 17, please.
Dang.
That is
14-year-old.
awesome. That is awesome.
I can't read this. This is what happens when I copy and paste stat blocks and everything is tiny. Okay, wow, that's really terrible. That's a 10.
Okay. So we're going to go chunky chunk here. And I did it by speaking through my skull, and which gives me an extra d6.
Oh,
Ka-chunk.
So it's 5d6.
Yay.
12, 18, 19, 23,
oh God.
23 psychic damage, and it must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from me. I'm gonna literally make him run away crying.
Back into the hole.
You guys know what that means. Opportunity attack. Opportunity attack.
Luckily, that's force movement though. It wouldn't trigger the attack
I thought so,
opportunity.
yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
it's
didn't
quite a
know
lot
that.
of movement.
It's fine. I want him to run away crying. That's kind of the point.
Okay.
I used to do
Alright.
that with lightning lure all the time until I learned that you couldn't.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
the reason why
God,
Joe
okay.
dragging someone out of danger doesn't then allow the enemy to attack them again. It's one of those. If it's not under their own power, it doesn't trigger the attack opportunity.
No idea.
Because they can
Okay.
still have their focus on.
Well, then he will run away crying. Yeah, that quip about his parents really got to him. You notice.
Back so he may taunt you a second time.
Yeah. I'm just getting warmed up,
And-
man. I could really hurt your feelings.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so he books it. And everything, you hear some like thump 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 down the stairs, and everything goes quiet again.
Is his speed faster than 50 feet?
I highly doubt it.
Yeah, what is
Oh,
his
yeah.
speed?
Then I'm gonna go
his-
follow him.
Yeah. Go
Oh, yeah.
ahead.
'Cause we should probably
Uh,
okay, we've started this.
Plago is next, so yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I go after him. Like,
Okay, go for it.
let's just put this mess to rest.
All right,
and then-
it's not hard. He was like on his last leg. He's
I
probably
need to-
he's probably actually not bleeding that much. He already lost most of his blood.
but,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a dirty 20 to hit.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
A ton of damage. 9 points of damage.
How do you want to do that?
Yay.
Plago is normally the sort for acrobatics, but this is just rough. He's true to his word. He just comes down the stairs with the spear over his shoulder and kind of swings it around his head across the throat of the boy, and just doesn't even really have anything to say to whatever that was.
He collapses and just tumbles the rest of the way down
We just took his lunch money.
to the bottom level.
Essentially, yeah. Essentially. There you
Yeah,
go.
he didn't stand a chance.
While I'm down there,
Mm-hmm.
because they maybe don't know that I took him down, I'm gonna go scoop the rest of the stuff into my backpack to see what happens, because nothing can attune to me.
Okay.
I
Okay.
sense a disturbance.
Yeah. Yup.
And
So much.
Oh no. Okay.
and I'm gonna use feline agility to get back within reasonable amount of time.
All right. So
So was it? You had 100 feet of movement.
Yeah,
Something
Well, I get
ridiculous like that.
Zoomies.
100-foot move speed, so 200 feet in a turn.
Yep.
The big
Feline
zoomies.
feline agility
I
is
get the big
amazing. I love feline agility.
It's so stupid. I was like, yes, I am making a monk. Yes, he is a tabaxi because I want to get the zoomies. This is gonna be stupid.
I'm gonna run into
1 second,
tomorrow.
you're on the side of the. 1 second, you're one side of the building. The next second, you're on the other side of the building.
When
That's what it
like
is, literally.
the new rabbit folk do that with jumping.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
It's insane.
yeah.
That is insane.
Are you gonna come back upstairs? Like, are you gonna all the way come
Yeah.
back upstairs, or you're
Yeah, I
just
come back
racing to get
to
back
the
to
room.
like the bottom of the stairs?
I come all the way back upstairs, and I think like my version of the zoomies is I kind of like wiggle my butt, and with my spear stowed, I jump from the stairs up to the railing and like pull myself up.
Okay.
So I just
Oh yeah. Are we out to combat?
What?
Oh, I'm just wondering, are we out of combat now, or is there still more going on?
No, I came back. Oh, out of combat. Sorry, I misheard.
Where would you like to go next? Everything is
Mhm.
eerily quiet.
Just gonna turn back, pick up my blade that I dropped to the ground. I'm just gonna look at those two bodies on the bed, and two quick stabs, one to each body,
Y'all
before
ain't
sheathing
coming
the
back.
blade. Oh, that was less about them coming back and more. That was something else.
So do we finish this floor, or do we go look for something else on one of the other floors again?
I think there's. I imagine there would be a cellar here, but I think there is something further beyond.
Puck, you seemed a little befuddled by the portraits out in the room outside. What was going on there?
They were watching me.
Oh,
I'd move and they'd follow. It was nope, they're not watching me anymore.
that's certainly fair.
Shall I push on? I wish to be done with here as soon as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, he's still. Discretion is still visibly a tiny bit out of it after what just happened.
gently punch him on the shoulder. You need to talk some things out. You all right?
Pause for a few seconds and there is a reason that I say not to touch most things. You don't know what effect might be set upon you. To be made to love someone is foul in the extreme. To not know if that is where it is born from is torture. Much worse. The games the Fae play are cruel and are not kind to mortals. And you don't ever know what they have claimed as theirs.
Can't say that I have much experience with things of that type of power. This is even a little beyond my experience, but is it safe to assume that was what you were saying in there?
I had a partner that I traveled with, Rowena. We traveled for a good many years. A long time together. A good time together. At one point we ventured where we should not have gone and brought the wrath of a Fae upon us. We thought nothing of it at first. We later learned that it had gotten its revenge without us knowing. It is hard to look at someone you know that you love, to remember the good times and the bad and all it is built up to be, and to not know if that binding of fate was created by a Fae on a whim. To not know what is true and what is false. There is a reason I travel alone now.
Those tend to be safer. I am lucky in that most of those that I care about I could not target because I was too young to remember them when they died. The one that it grew upon is still quite alive, and she wouldn't. Poor choice of words. She stays safe as I can keep her. My mother. I'm sorry that you had to deal with.
No, Aurora is not dead. Just gone from my life. We both wish to find a way to break whatever was set upon us and to know what is true and what is false. The question, though, is it is too painful to let us walk the same path anymore. Until we know, she goes her way, I go my own. And what they did, and he points back into the room, to set love upon someone like that. It is evil in a way I cannot describe. I'm sorry for what you went through, by the way.
It's quite literally water under the bridge. Maybe we get through this and that fucking lawyer becomes filthy rich and can pay you handsomely enough to get this taken care of, and you can see what really is between you two. I hope that for you.
Thank you.
Yes.
But I care not so much for money. It is more information and knowledge that I now seek.
Money can buy this sometimes. You know the right people. Not me.
I digress.
I don't know shit.
he stands up straight and kind of like straightens his armor and rests his hand on his blade once more. We've got work to do. No time for me to be feeling sad for myself. And you watch him kind of physically regather himself, essentially.
Plago feels a little thing of guilt because he definitely just jacked all the rest of that shit. He's not gonna weigh Discretion down just yet, I think.
Well, as discussed, said, he doesn't fault you for taking it, just so much taking it, not knowing what it does.
I'm gonna wait and see what does stuff and what doesn't do stuff. Anyway.
Yes, let us carry on.
Let's push out of the
And we'll just kind
portrait
Before.
gallery to the door.
Do we want to look at these just before we move on? Do we want to look at these spooky ass portraits before we move on and see why they can look at us?
Or do you want them to look at you?
I'm curious to know if there was a portrait of the kid's feelings that we just heard and seeing if the eyes are still animated. But Puck makes a great point that let's not let these haunted paintings have windows into our soul.
Yeah, it sounds kind of fun.
Up to you.
Puck walks over and finds the one of the portrait of Roland that he took down. So it's still facing the wall, grabs it, turns and holds it up to Plago, right? And then sets it back down.
From out of the portrait, Roland, he just kind of looks at you, like sort of impassively. The painting moves slightly.
You know, it does occur to me that as I took the killing blow, this could have been the worst possible outcome, but I don't think that there's much change.
technically the re-killing blow, I suppose. If you're being precise.
Yeah. This makes my head hurt, to be quite honest. I don't feel too terribly about it, but it's complicated.
But yes, we'll push on after Leopold.
Yep.
Is anyone going into room 13?
Sure.
Yep.
Discretion, is it safe to open the door?
At this point, I feel like you're just going to do it anyway. So
Pretty much.
He's already kicking it down.
Well, twists and the door opens. It's just smooth and quiet. And inside, it looks like a bomb has gone off. And
Didn't do this.
fire blasted bones are scattered all over the floor, along with scraps of burnt wood that seem to have once been bed frames, pieces of furniture. Everything that was once furniture seems to have been blasted up against the walls. Everything is just in shambles, smoldering. There's definite smoke residue on all of the walls and ceiling, and ash on the carpet.
Can I roll investigation to see
Absolutely.
a rough amount of bodies that are there by the bones?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you guidance, hand on the back of you, on your back, for an extra d4.
$18.
No.
Oh, plus it's D4. It's a D4, not add 4. 18.
Okay, nice.
Looking around, the bodies seem to be mostly intact. even though most of the flesh seems to be burnt away. So it's not too gruesome a scene, even though it is shocking. And you think that you count 5 bodies.
You know, I didn't. When we talked about the letter, there is an option I hadn't considered. But he gave her the letter and she gave it back. He never sealed it in the first place. Why would you? He's a student. He doesn't have a seal.
That could be a possibility. That could be a possibility, yes. Just, use of fire instead of ice catches my attention.
And 5 bodies.
But we knew they were housed in the servant quarters. So there were servants as well. How many of these are the girls and how many are servants, I suppose we don't know.
Does this look to be the servants' quarters? Like, is all the furniture absolutely destroyed, or is there like an intact dresser or something that might have like a uniform or something in there?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'll give you guidance again.
Thank you.
So, hand on your shoulder. Actually, I don't know what card he actually follows.
Look over there.
That is flat and
Not all the furniture is completely destroyed. Some of the pieces of furniture were too thick to be, even by what looks to be a pretty massive explosion. You don't find any traces of what seems to be servants' clothing, though. You just find, again, what seem to be pieces of beds, pieces of dressers, or on occasion a whole dresser, though with its contents sort of blown out. Or
But plurals of furniture, so there was multiple sets here.
yeah. But everything that isn't heavy wood seems to have been consumed utterly.
Does what's left of the furniture seem consistent with the furniture in the rest of the house? At least all the other the other 3 bedrooms, essentially.
Not as fine.
Okay.
And again, it's hard to tell with the fire damage that's been done. But from what you can tell, they don't seem as ornate or as expensive.
We have multiple sets of furniture that are of a lesser quality, which would make sense to be servants' quarters.
Unless you didn't like the daughters and you just didn't care enough to treat them like your regular kids.
I think she liked the daughters very much. I don't know about anyone else in the house.
Maybe. Hold on. The letter.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it mentioned the brother. Did it say my parents are my brother, or did it say a singular parent?
The one to Aaron.
The one from Bryn to Erin.
I believe you said that it was
Which part?
not like my parents or my brother.
You said he was different from his brother. I can't remember. Did he say from his parents and his brother, or different from a parent and his brother? Was it both parents that mentioned?
Yeah, both.
Yeah. Okay, both. Okay, so that's not good. I say we keep looking throughout the rest of this house.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there is something we are missing. Something that... It could be he came in here, killed himself along with the girls. But I do not see why. And what would lead to him killing his brother and his parents if that was the case? I think best we keep looking.
Yeah, Puck's gonna move back out to the hallway and go up to the end by that last doorway. And he opens it.
All right. And you see a small hallway with a staircase and then 2 doors off to the side.
I'll go and check the further door.
I'll check the closer.
Okay.
All right, both of them appear to be closets containing spare dishes, and knickknacks, things, just random household items, storage.
And the stairs lead up or down.
They lead down.
So I'm assuming to the kitchen.
That would not be the case. No, I found the kitchen.
Yeah.
It does not line up with this. There were no stairs in the kitchen.
I'll head
You can
down the
see
stairs.
it leads down and then curves. It seems to only go down 1 floor.
And boom,
Yeah, stairway is just past the kitchen there. Okay.
boom.
It would lead into the
That's the
dining room.
kitchen. Yeah, the kitchen is
Oh
in
yeah,
6.
dining room,
is
not
8.
kitchen.
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow down the stairs.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
And
I suppose it makes sense. Servants' quarters should go to the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. And extra storage above.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What's in this alcove over here?
it seems to be empty.
That's not ominous at all.
Yeah,
Seems to be.
Can I look around?
Yup.
Guidance.
Thank you. I'm glad I had my goggles because one of those was an extra one. I believe that's a 26. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're thinking this looks shady as shit. So you are looking around and you see on the wall is carved a small red triangle, which seems pretty weird to you.
Doesn't-
Look like it belongs.
Does it match the one from the portrait?
Yeah. I mean, it's a red triangle. So there's nothing really complicated about it to make it any different.
Yeah.
And as you're looking at it, you notice right beside it is a very minute break in the wall, like a very small, thin crevice where there is no reason for one to be.
I'm going to touch something, and I try to push the press on the triangle. Does it seem like that's a button, or is it just like a marker maybe?
It does not seem to be a button. However, you feel the wall give ever so slightly. And you think, and you feel you see the gap shift as though there's some give in between the two sides.
I step back and say with my one arm to Puck, would you feel to do the honors?
I push the door open, or I make it a door. One of the two.
Yeah. Yeah. So you push on the wall, and one side stays, and the other side cracks, and you push open what was a secret door. and it is now leading to a dark set of stairs headed down.
I'll take the lead, I think. And
If you're going first, hold on a second.
Oh.
Rest a hand on your shoulder. I'll reach back and again run my fingers along the strings of the citern I carry. And I'm casting protection from evil and good on you.
much appreciated.
So, aberrations, specials, elemental, fey, fiends, and undead have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. You can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. Yeah, the rest is irrelevant. So as long as I maintain concentration on it.
Many thanks.
And when you reach the bottom, you see what is quite obviously a wine cellar, stocked very generously with wine that at a glance would be, if excavated, worth quite a bit, even if it wasn't particularly good wine. And if you had to wager a guess, this family does not drink bad wine. There is a door. There are two doors that you can see, both shut. There are no barrels of wine, only racks of very fancy labeled wine bottles.
Dyxios is going to look over to the two that have taken things so far. I'm just
I was
very
about
obviously,
to.
I'm very obviously pocket one of the wines.
Plago matches, and there's a little bit more clinking than you remember in his pack when he puts the wine in.
Squirk an eyebrow, and hold on. Yeah, I'm going to guess that like a 25 insight. Just let me have a look at them later.
Oh, of course. I'm just waiting for them to tingle again. Tell me which ones are important. I don't want to waste your pearls.
Which door do I open first?
Dealer's choice.
We're all standing by the door here in the middle, so let's go with that one. Try to open the door.
All right. You open the door,
Huzzah!
and you see what appears to be a furnace room. It has what is currently unlit, but if in working order, would obviously be well, it does have some glowing embers in the bottom, indicating that it could run for quite some time without needing to be restocked. So it doesn't take a whole lot of effort to maintain. And it appears to have piping going into the ceiling, presumably running through the walls of the house to heat it. Just this big furnace to keep the house warm, especially in the colder months.
I'm going to prestidigitation, get a fire going, both by lighting it and maybe even giving a little bellows action and kind of
Absolutely
fanning it. And I want to make the flame like almost like dangerously high.
Okay.
I mean, if we burn the house down, there's nothing left inside of it, so.
Don't do that until we've looted.
Okay. Then I'm gonna tamp down the flames just a little bit, look for approval, and then kind of move back into the room with the stairs. I've got a plan.
What is your plan?
Roll the bit up, I think.
If the lawyer stands to gain all of the money from this sale and this family is dead, I don't feel it right that he should profit off of this horrible, horrible accident with this entire family. And if there is no house to sell, then there is nothing that he can profit from. We put these souls at rest, and we let this family have whatever measure of peace they get in the next life.
No,
I have no
there's
complaints with
money.
that. Just let us loot things. Let us loot things first.
Sure. I'm gonna tamp down the
No
flame.
money.
Truth. Yeah, it's own truth. Okay. Well, this is a wine cellar, yes, but it was behind a hidden door. So, Dyxios is going to take extreme caution going first. I do it in the room with the actual light in at the moment, so the furnace room.
Mm-hmm.
Just running his hand along the wall, looking for any divots, anything hidden. If nothing there, he goes back into the room with the stairs, and would do the same again. This time, no, because he can't cast light because it's So he's looking in the room with the light first.
Can I assist him with that?
In
Just-
15 first?
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah, 15
What
first.
What was that, Plago?
I was just asking if I could assist him with that. Been
Yeah.
saying I'm just kind of trying to get a look at the place.
Sure.
Guidance as well, on myself.
Okay. So you can go ahead and roll investigation.
Guidance, I believe, is also concentration.
I'll give a bardic.
Right, it is.
I was gonna say I can give a bardic inspiration, a D10.
Okay. Yep. I'll maintain concentration and protection for evil and good then. And D10 was it?
Yes, sir.
Thank God for the help, because that was a terrible roll on one dice. What did you say it was? Investigation?
Yes,
If it's
sorry.
investigation, that is a total of 26, 27.
Nice.
27.
Yeah, so back on the back
Rolled well on
wall
the inspiration.
in the furnace room, you find approximately face/shoulder height. There is a piece of the wall that is a different texture than the rest of the wall. And messing with it a bit, you pop open a little panel, and behind it is what looks like a safe box of sorts.
I'll look it
Or
over, see if
a
there's...
combination lock.
Okay. Is it a combination lock, or is it like a pickable lock?
All locks are pickable.
I picked that one.
that is
fair.
correct. It's sort of a mix. Like, you could have a key or you could have the combination.
I'll have a quick look. Is it trapped in any way if I try and remove it? If it can be removed,
It does not appear to be trapped.
I'll just take it out of the wall then.
Oh no,
And,
it's it can't.
be
It's
moved.
it's yeah. It's
Okay, it's
yeah,
set in
just
it.
like
Okay,
a-
good. I get you now.
Yes,
I
exactly,
get you.
exactly.
I'll have a go with my thieves tools first to see if I can't unlock it.
Okay, you're just trying to unpick the lock.
Yes.
All right,
As
go
best I can.
ahead. And do you have thieves tools? Proficiency?
I do indeed. Yes.
All right, go right ahead.
That would be 18 plus 8. God damn, I'm tired. 18 plus 8 is 20.
That's more than enough.
26?
Yes. You pop it right
God damn
open.
maths. Okay. I'll step back and then open it just in case.
Okay, you pull on it, and it looks like right, like a little safe box in the wall. But when you pull on it, the whole wall starts shifting, and this larger panel of wall swings open to reveal a small room.
Fuck, he stole your door.
See that?
I don't think you can do that, though.
And inside this room, first of all, it looks like a little miniature panic room. With there's several small trunks, and a little shelf with what appears to be a bunch of bundles of preserved foods that have been in there for God knows how long. And each of the little trunks are similarly locked.
If anyone has any complaints, I'll go and try and open the trunks.
I'll take some of them if you want, because I also have
All right.
proficiency.
Yeah, you can both go ahead and roll.
Yeah, split them between us. That's even better than the one for the wall. 27.
21, I believe, for me.
Right. So you each pop one open. One of them has several bags of gold and silver inside. And one of them has several piles of folded up parchment, sealed and signed and annotated. And after a brief glance at them, they are in common and elvish. You can recognize that they include the deed to the house, several deeds to other properties and holdings, and other important financial documents.
Who gets which chest?
Hmm?
Who had which chest?
Roll a d20.
13.
This dice. 18.
Discretion had the chest with the deeds. And Plago had the chest with the gold and silver.
Going to carefully bundle up the deeds as best I can and slide them into my satchel on my side. Specifically, this is the one that I often carry with me when either going to assassinate or burgle someone who is involved in the darker side of things. So it's a hidden pocket within the satchel designed to carry things just like this.
And you would notice that the deeds include this house, a second house outside the city that you think is probably some sort of country home, an orphanage within the city, a library, and a few holdings, like a few business sharings.
Just gonna gloss over the orphanage.
I didn't gloss over shit. I went,
No.
You're stealing kids. Basically, Bruce Wayne.
Explain it. At least now we know where to give some of this gold. I think the orphanage would do well with it.
And maybe also their own deed, that they aren't under the control of someone like this again.
I have done similar things in previous cities. I can handle that once we are done here, ensuring it gets to their hands without anyone knowing.
Nice little present for them.
Take from one shady lawyer and get another one.
What else is in this room?
A shelf full of preserved foods, and the third chest, once you pop it open, which won't be too difficult between the two of you, contains a few pieces of jewelry that look incredibly valuable, which you would guess are something along the lines of family jewels of some sort. The family jewels.
Another handkerchief. Each jewel is wrapped up individually and into the satchel. Just in case they are cursed. We'll check them later.
I mean, I think you can kind of just put all the cursed things like next to each other. I don't think they can curse each other.
It is
I'm not
learned caution, learned habits.
fair enough.
Don't want to see what is too volatile.
Let's see what the sword does.
Is that everything in that small room?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just step out and rejoin the others.
You go
As long as we've
back.
been saying what we've found, so everyone knows.
Yeah. So are you checking out 14 in the same way?
Yeah, I would do so, yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Saying as soon as he finishes his circuit of that, Puck's going through the other door.
Right. So you enter. This door is not locked either. You step down like one stair, and it's a little bit cooler down here, even though you've only gone like one step deeper underground. And you find in this room the really good wine. Like, you just know by looking at it, like the labels are fancier. It's like embossed. You're like pretty sure that some of these have like real gold and silver and like real rubies on some of the like labels even.
Yeah, Puck just starts putting it in his bag.
Okay.
We're gonna loot this bitch so hell and high.
I'm gonna,
Like some of them are corked with jewels. It's crazy.
I'm gonna use the jaw on the skull to pull like a cork out of one of the nicer bottles.
Yeah.
And start drinking it.
Oh, it's like amazing. It's the best wine you've ever had.
And I'm gonna thank the skull. I'm even gonna give it a little bit, spilling it, like essentially onto my hand and onto the floor.
Yeah.
That was a 16, by the way, to check this room.
Okay.
Don't know if there's anything in 14.
All right. Was that with advantage?
Yeah, that was sort of the help from Plago.
All right. So you're looking
And roll
around.
table.
Yeah. And you're not really finding anything. But you notice that there's something kind of weird about how the racks of wine are set up. Like to maximize like efficient space or even just aesthetically, you're thinking that you would have set this room up completely differently. Because the way that it's set up really only makes sense if someone was trying to leave space on one particular wall. And it's kind of subtle, but it catches your eye.
I'll point it out to everyone else.
Yeah. But for the life of you can't really find anything there.
We go, look, my OCD is going to tell me that something's wrong with all these shelves, that there's just...
It totally does. Like the feng shui is super off.
No sane human would stack shelves in this way.
There's no flow.
Whatever the quote is.
There's no flow.
Your interior decorator sucks.
Subterranean decorator.
If anyone else is giving a look, I'll give bardic inspiration to them.
Yeah, I want to look. I want to look at the wall. You're saying they were leaving one wall open. I want to look at that wall. I'll inspect it.
Okay.
Okay, you got bardic inspiration from me, so that's an extra D8.
Yeah.
$25.
25? Is that what you said? Okay. How are you inspecting this wall? What's your process?
I have taken my pike and flipped it around. So it's got the weighted the counterweight on the other side of it. I'm literally just going through and tapping it, listening for mortar or anything that sounds loose.
Okay. Yeah, so you're pounding this wall probably in a way that Discretion didn't do because he's a little more subtle of a person than you are. And it's very like thonk, 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 tung. And it's like a distinctly different sound. And then you keep moving and it changes back again. And there's this particular section. And when you rap on it, you can see the very subtle vibration is the outline of some kind of door.
Found another door.
And then your eye
Look at that.
falls on a little tiny red triangle. Or in this case, it's not red, it's just a little triangle carved in the wall that's like almost just kind of looks like cracks in the wall. But you're like, man, that's like too perfect of a triangle to be just a crack in the wall.
And Puck, without even hesitating, reach up and push that triangle.
All right. Make me a strength check. Or athletics, if you prefer.
No,
Yeah,
I'll
I'm going to
go-
give guidance on this. I'm going to give guidance. I'll drop concentration on
Okay.
protection.
And what does
Yeah,
guidance
I
give
can
again?
recast that.
D4.
Guidance gives you a D4. Yeah, I don't have too many inspirations, is all.
I'm in danger.
Oh, I can
33.
recast it.
All right. You push it open with this deep grinding sound. And as it swings open, you can put up the new and improved map.
Yes.
A few steps lead down into another chamber.
Reach out again. Protection for evil and good. Back on Plago. Because it's casting through the Saturn, so I don't lose any spell slots from doing that.
Nice.
I'm gonna sneak on down.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go stealth and follow behind.
Yep, stealth. I think everyone's stealthing, I imagine.
All right. Everyone go ahead and roll stealth. Who wants to be stealthy?
24.
Okay.
That is... I am loving this dice. I am just fearful when it's going to betray me. It's going to betray me when it comes to life or death, isn't it? That's a 30 on my stealth.
Before.
18 for somebody who's never rolled a good stealth roll in his life.
Amazing.
The bugbear is more stealthy than the bard.
I'm talking to myself.
So you all feel super stealthy as you creep down these stairs into this stone chamber, which is sort of roughly hewn and does not appear to be an original part of this house, unlike, the cellar and the furnace room and all of that, which, though slightly rougher than the upstairs, at least, was obviously part of the original construction. There is a red pentagram drawn on the floor and many red candles scattered throughout. And on a side table against the wall is a open book filled with writing with scribblings in the margins and a bookshelf with several more books stacked on it. And there's a distinctive chill in the air and a narrow passageway in the back of the room leading further on.
Plago will pull out his spear as he's coming down and sees the pentagram, and it's just gonna. This is not gonna be his forte, so he's just kind of standing sentry, waiting. If I can find out.
I'm gonna go ahead and cross the room. Still stealthy, just to. And then.
I'm sheathing the saber, by the way, so there's no glow.
And I'm gonna use so it's dark with the. I still have my skull. Has it? How long's light last? An hour?
That's gone because it's
Okay.
concentration.
Oh, okay. So.
I think.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me check.
Then I'm just gonna dark vision my
It's
way,
not.
stealthily.
But it's an hour, so yeah, it's probably gone.
To the bookshelf without touching anything to kind of see what subjects the books are and see maybe just a quick glance at what's going on the desk.
They all appear to be tomes of magic. Sorry, go ahead.
It is not concentration.
Okay, so the light is still there then.
All right. just magic in general, not particularly one creepy subset thereof?
Enchantment magic.
Ugh.
And
Cringe magic.
Yeah. And when you look at the book on the table specifically, it is written in elven, particularly an ancient elven dialect that you can read, but it reads sort of like an ancient Shakespearean sort of very old dialect, and it does appear to be a book of enchantments. And the notes scribbled in the margins, again in Elvish, are particularly pointing out spells that focused on causing someone to be enchanted, spells talking about making someone fall in love, things of that nature.
Having heard
This is
Discretion's kind of thoughts on that, I'm going to turn to him, and you do not want to know what these magics are for. I just know that you would not care for what these magics were used for.
If I understand what you're getting at, well, I am very much interested in these books, my friend. They may well spell a way to unravel such things.
Then
That is what I seek.
Then the one with all the enchantments in the older elven dialect, I'm going to close. I'm going to pick it up, I'm going to close it, and I'm going to give it to him very carefully. Then if this is the magic you seek, then this book may help you.
What's reverently? That's the word. He's going to take the book and very, very carefully put it into that satchel of his. Again, run into the more kind of safer compartments within, where the more sensitive documents are usually placed. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully there will be the knowledge that I need. But we'll see, I suppose.
Hey, Dyxios, what happens when you touch a pentagram?
I don't know. But I feel like even if I said something, you're gonna find out anyway, so.
It's a pentagram. I'm willing to listen a little, but he's gonna kind of flip his spear over in his hand and try to drag the butt across the pentagram to disrupt it. But it's doing it slowly enough that he could be stopped.
Okay.
Dyxios is like, no, don't, because he doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. I don't
Actually,
know
hold
anything.
on. Let me do an Arcana, see what if he would. Because I feel like I'm mixing too much out-of knowledge with in-character there. 22 on Arcana. So I'll say he might have an idea of. I don't know if you're okay with this, Litza, but he'll just say, might be best not breaking the bounds of it. Sometimes the way things are done is these boundaries will keep something contained for the time that it's on this plane. It might have already been set free, it might have been loosened, or this might just summon, but before a ritual is known, it is best not disturbing it. It could even result in an arcane backlash upon you.
I would like it noted that I listened and I pulled the spear back.
This sort of dark shadow starts pooling in the center of the pentagram, and a quiet
Get in front of it.
a quiet weeping noise as the figure of a girl coalesces. Like ghostly and crouching, her face isn't visible. Very insubstantial,
recognize?
You can tell that it has long hair, and you can barely make out the pointed ears. Appears to be teenaged.
I'm gonna drift back into the shadows of the room. Keep them to myself, but kind of psychically nudge Leopold. The comment of spirits are your thing. This might be right up your alley.
I'm gonna step forward, skull in hand. What is it that you want, spirit? Why have you not gone to this next life? Why do you remain here?
The figure will very slowly begin floating up in a ghostly sort of way as she straightens, and more wispy forms take shape.
Oh, shit.
And
Plago's,
go ahead.
I was just going to say Plago is readying to strike if there's hostile motion.
And she floats almost all the way to the ceiling, so her feet are about 6-7 feet in the air. And the ghostly shapes beneath her, the pentagram's pretty big, and they're all within its boundaries, though just they sort of coalesce into very wispy shadows. You see a grown man and a grown woman leaning over the figure of a girl, laying on her back, seeming to perform some sort of ritual. And then their forms dissipate, and the figure of a girl backing away from the figure of an older boy, advancing on her in what appears to be a very predatory manner. He reaches out to grab her arm, and then that vanishes. And then the visions of a girl holding her head and seeming to be in distress, and whispers of mother, I can't remember. I had a mother. Who are you? And that disappears. And then the figures of a bed and two people in the bed, and a shadowy blast going over them, and their bodies going rigid. And that fades, and the standing figures of 4 females, 4 girls, and them crying out and sitting up in bed. And the figure of an older boy and a younger boy approaching, wand drawn, pointed at him, forcing him back, summoning a swirling cloud of blades that come down and pierce his body. And then the 4 girls in the room. And the young boy saying, "You're free now. You're free." And a terrible wail rising higher and higher as they call him murderer. You've murdered our parents, our brother, the ones that we love. And they descend on him and claw at his clothes and his face. And he covers his head and bows down close to the ground as they beat him with their fists. And his magic swells and swells and explodes in a blast of fire. And then the wisps dissipate. And the girl at the ceiling starts to float down slowly, crying softly. And she says, "He could not break the enchantment. I can't remember my mother."
We'll do our best to return you to her in any way we can. We'll break this. You'll find her again. And I look to our Arcanus and just this look at just what can we do? We need to do something.
Scott's voice will ring in your head of, I know not what will happen exactly, but wish to try it, break the boundary.
Turns the staff over again with the butt of the spear, drags through the pentagram, trying to disrupt it.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm gonna make sure I don't have any fancy buffs, but I don't think I do. Do I get any bonuses from all the magic bullshit in my backpack?
I don't think
you
you
get
tuned
a-
to any of it.
Yeah, nothing.
You get a -2 from the stone of bad luck that you're not carrying around.
Oh shit! Yeah, really?
Yes, technically you should have had it the whole time.
Look at
What's
just
so
what?
bad luck
Told you.
was a attunement thing.
It doesn't have to be attuned; it just has to be on your person.
It says requires attunement. Stone of ill luck.
Does it? Where?
Yeah.
Stone of Ill Luck. Oh, you're right.
I'm like, I know my
Good luck.
stones.
There you go.
That would be
Oh,
a
you're good.
18.
Okay. You feel this shock wave go through you, and this dark energy rises up from the pentagram, and all of the candles flare to life. And the ghost of Erin, her features become sharper enough that you can recognize her from the tapestry. And she closes her eyes, and for a second you can see her tear-stained cheeks. And she says, "Not to forgive, but to accept and understand. Not to forget, but to remember and pass on. Not to abandon, but to return and return again. I only pass into memory. I do not leave you." And the dark energy and her become one as they curl upwards through the ceiling and dissipate, and all the candles fade back out, and the floor is completely clean and no pentagram remains. And you all realize that the warmth of the furnace room seems to have crept through, and it feels much warmer now, even in the basement.
I don't know if that was good or not.
Directly above here would be the dining room.
Shall we go?
Thereabouts at least, or the outside. Say we check further down this tunnel, and then we go look upstairs.
Agreed.
I'm going to take a peek behind us very briefly, just make sure the warmth isn't concerning. And I'm gonna head back up this way.
All right. Yeah. You peek inside the furnace room, and everything seems normal and contained. Dyxios, you check down there, and what you see appears to be carved out stone, quite ancient. It seems to be some sort of family crypt.
Okay.
Perhaps roughly done, but nothing to be concerned about. And then the cave that heads downward is something that appears to be dug into, perhaps by mistake, a natural-looking cave that is full of softly glowing crystals that perhaps they discovered by accident and then decided was very pretty.
Okay.
And left an opening too.
In that case, head back there with the item.
Seeing him, I'm gonna start stealthing up just to peek.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, maintaining stealth. Head back up.
Yeah.
Yes, still stealthy.
You head
wanna do
upstairs.
I was just gonna ask if you wanted to do stealth check or no.
No, that's okay. You guys still feel like you're being pretty quiet. Everything seems still. And when you reach the top of the stairs, yeah, you don't sense anything out of place. There's a crystal chandelier above the dining table, roses that seem to have some sort of enchantment on them, that they haven't wilted, even in the family's long absence. And nothing seems to have been disturbed or out of place. The house feels a few degrees warmer with the pipes working again.
Check in the courtyard. Yeah, just check out the glass doors.
No,
See if there's anything.
No, everything seems quiet and still.
Just final check because it was where she went down. Anything going on in the servants' quarters if we head upstairs?
No, you can give. You guys give the house a final sweep, and nothing spooky pops out. You the portraits still move a little, but they don't seem malevolent. They just seem wildly enchanted. If Dyxios takes the time to identify them, he'll just discover that they have just a little bit of illusion of magic on them to make them seem more alive. They look at you and they perhaps change expression a little bit, but they are otherwise unresponsive. The mother and father remain in their bed, and the body of Roland is still there, but this time actually dead. Other than that, all spooks and specters seem to be gone.
I think, Leopold, you had the right idea. We let this place burn as a pyre to what was done here. That said, we should take what we can.
Quick question for you. Would a fire burn these cursed objects we keep finding? Because it may be better to destroy them rather than let them out into the world to cause more issues with more crazy fucking families.
I know if the fire would destroy any of the cursed objects.
You don't think that the fire would harm any of the magical items?
Okay. I think it's best all that is cursed packages up. Over time, I can unravel the enchantments upon them, if need be.
Fair enough.
Do not let them out into the road, as you say. Everything else?
Yeah, safe in my backpack. But I am taking 3 of those enchanted roses.
Okay.
It does seem like it's a more suitable present for my mother.
I don't know if anyone here would protest, but I say we take what we want to take. These things, they will serve their fire owners no more. Nor do I think that they deserve to, with such a blood-stained and dark history. It can be put to use, sold or given elsewhere where they will be useful. Go ahead.
I'm just going to go downstairs and grab as much wine as I can carry.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you can.
We were given 24 hours until the lawyer comes for us. That's more than enough time, I think, to empty here, burn it.
You managed to make off with quite a bit more than you were promised for this job. So even though the lawyer is probably not going to pay you for a burnt down house, you'll do all right.
When it comes to that, just to give an explanation, Dyxios will cast Zone of Truth, and what he was with the lawyer, everything he'll say will be truthful. He'll just omit a few things, essentially. So he'll say there was ghosts and spirits, and he'll talk about the encounters. He just won't say. He'll basically word things the way that hints that it was in a fight things burned down, without actually lying. And we'll use that to try and make sure no one gets accused of anything.
We'll see.
Hopefully. But if you want, I can roll a deception check. I'm just going to roll this.
We do have that second bead just outside the city. If we wanted to make a habit of this, it wouldn't be a bad base of operations.
That's a good point.
Give me some time.
Quite a few deeds.
I have a few contacts. If all of you are interested, I'll make sure things are put to in a way that it cannot be legally challenged.
You'd know better than I. Every once in a while.
If I may, why did you want to keep taking all the goods, all the items, the roses themselves?
Well, I figured the roses probably weren't cursed. It's as simple as my mother deserves nice things, and I didn't think every damn item they had on display in front of everyone would be cursed.
Rich people are fucking insane.
He's going to reach into his pack and withdraw then, if you'll forgive me from going on a little bit, but what is basically a finely painted landscape shot. It's of basically imagine the most beautiful forest you can think of at dusk. If the colors just seem almost too perfect.
It's beautiful.
For your mother, she will be one of the few that gets to see what the Feywild looks like.
She'll be delighted.
It is a old thing.
I hope you get to meet her soon.
As for you two, you turn towards Leopold first. As thanks, I do not like to leave things open-ended. So, obviously cannot help you in your goal with your daughter. But again, you'll reach into the into his pouch, which he basically carries his whole life with him at this point. Will take out a small screwdriver, essentially, and it starts unraveling the connection between the Saturn on his back and how it connects it to his armor, basically, and will hand over the instrument itself. This is one of my most prized finds. May I introduce you to the McFermith Saturn, one of the legendary instruments of the bards. I think it would serve you well.
I'm gonna bow very deeply. I appreciate this gift, and it means the world that it may bring me closer to reaching the spirits that I seek. And kind of look around, and as I start to play, I'm gonna see like if Puck wants to start smashing things for kindling, so we can start getting this fire going. And while he does so, I'm gonna pluck out like a nice little kindling ditty. As
Just has a kindling ditty on hand.
I'm talented.
A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G song.
Yeah. Yeah, that Bob's Burger songs. If you love something, set it on fire. It's gonna pluck out the tune to that, while lighting small little fires as Puck kind of goes along, smashing things to get me kindling.
Turn to Puck last while the kindling's been made, since I don't want to forget one, and two things I can offer. One is the deed. As I said, I could get it sorted so that we could all continue doing this for some time, if you would want that, Puck. I do have something else so that I could offer. And I don't know how effective it will be for you, but maybe you will find someone in the future whom you can gift it to. And you'll take off the amulet he's wearing. And you watch, not the one from here, a second one he's wearing, which is beneath the armor. Yep. And you all watch as he seems to age before your eyes a little bit. Not massively, but like it was keeping him healthy, and you can see there's a lot more grey to his fur. And you'll hand it over. An amulet of health to make sure you always stay healthy, or that someone close to you can stay healthy. I would wish you to have it, if you will accept.
Absolutely. I think it'll do as well if we find things in the Feywild that probably don't want us there when we go looking for answers. Because you said there was bad things there, and that's what I do. So,
as he hands over the amulet, then he'll clasp your hand in both of his, and it's he'll whisper this. No, just as the hours come to the close and the psychic connection fades, he whispers this directly to you in your mind: of, if you can end this path I have been forced to walk for 30 years, you will have my utmost of gratitude, my friend. Thank you. And then lets the connection fade. and you can see it continues to kind of age bit by bit, and that kind of grey continues to return to his fur.
And I think we can end it there. Congratulations, you guys.
Awesome, you guys. That was great. My last action, I do set the house fully on fire with a nice little like ditty that everybody's like, I probably shouldn't be bopping in my head to this while we're committing mass arson, but damn it, it's catchy.
Don't worry, I can get us out of it. I can get us off. He'll be fine.
Wonderful.
The psychic connection ends and Plago's just, oh, I can finally hear myself sing. Out of curiosity, what was the sword? Because that was the one thing that like I held the whole time. I don't know what it was.
It was a dancing sword. You paranoid motherfuckers.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, no, I give that right to you. That's good shit.
Everything else was super. No, everything else was super cursed though. So.
Also, I don't think you can call me a paranoid motherfucker. I like hoovered it all into my backpack. It's like, that's fine.
No, that was great. I appreciate you. No, I love that you're like attunement slots are full, so you're like, haha. I'm just carrying around a bunch of cursed stuff.
I didn't get to use my lucky feat, but I super use like oopsie hoopsie used my lucky feat of like, what do you mean? I can't attune to anything.
So funny. I love it.
It was
such a great loophole.
Also, I hope you don't mind that last little bit at the end.
No, that's great.
He's been,
cool.
Oh, I loved it.
He's been a character in the back of my head for a while, so.
Well, and now Litza has to run a Feywild campaign.
Obviously.
So we can go and hunt for answers.
We gotta go.
There's no choice.
We gotta go help our little rogue out. Get him.
I was gonna say, if you want to run this as like a campaign, I am in. I will clear my fucking Mondays or something.
I mean, I'm down.
This group is great.
Yes, you guys, this is a lot of fun. Like I said, obviously I don't get to play that much, so not only getting to play, but with really great people. Like everybody's really great tonight. Litza's story was great. You guys were all like amazing. So thank you. Real quick, everybody will go around the room real quick just to say a little bit of parting words. We'll finish with. We'll start with Litza, go around, and I'll close out, and then we'll get out of here. Litza, thank you for doing this. I'm sorry for missing it last week, but if you had all this time to improve it since then, I am thankful that you did, because this was amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I got way more prep in, so that's good. You guys didn't even find all the clues, so there you go. But yeah, everything was amazing. Thank you for playing. You guys are great. You can find me at Litza Bronwyn on Twitter. I have like the HEO and Patreon and stuff linked there, and I make a lot of cool stuff. A lot of it is free, so you can check it out.
Awesome.
If you feel like it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and doing this for us. This was a lot of fun. Sam, our voice of reason, and also
the babysitter.
Also the bridge to the sequel, as it is.
Yes. I think this is the first game I've actually played on this channel. I've DM'd. This is the first one, and I had so much fun. It was wonderful meeting all the characters, and thank you, Litza, for such an amazing story. I absolutely loved it. And as I said, Dyxios here has been a character in the back of my head for about a year now. It was like, no, this is the perfect time to finally throw this cat that's been cursed by the Feywild. Yeah, no, this is the perfect place.
Nice.
So yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, so much fun. Thank you.
John, a little bit different than the last time you were here.
Still had a blast.
Good, man. I'm glad you got to come back with. It's been a little while since you got to play. Yeah, so thanks for coming out. You got anything?
No, I had fun. Great being here again.
Awesome. All right, we'll try to get you in a little bit more before we close out the year. Robin, how was it?
I'm Robin. It was spoopy. It was unnerving at times. I think, John, you caught a couple times where I was just like, no,
I saw that. I saw. Wait a second.
No, this was a really fun one. I didn't come into it expecting to be a goblin, but then Dyxios was like, hey, stop being a goblin. I was like, bet, motherfucker. I've been unleashed. It was really fun to play off of all of you. Like, there was so much personality in all the characters, and that was a cool, spooky bard with like, I think the heart of bards is like connection to others, and you certainly brought that. So, yeah, fantastic job. And I'm looking forward to eventually playing a spirit bard just to
There's
give it a shot
the
myself.
flavor of it is just it's so
So
cool.
cool.
Like it's
I
great.
I was a little bummed that you didn't get to flex the like the weird inspiration stuff
The
that
Spirit
they get
Tales.
in battle.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
tables.
Spirit Tales are
those-
awesome.
I looked at it and I was like it's basically like bardic wild magic surge where like
Yeah.
with barbarian you're like okay cool all of these things seem beneficiary. With sorcerer you're like I don't know, this one's kind of like ooh man this thing's ooh this it was the table's a little all over the place, so I didn't want to inject any more chaos than we already had by being kleptomaniac
Yes.
real estate brokers of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, like I thought one of the things wouldn't be cursed that I swept into my pack. It was just the thing that was outside my pack that was not cursed. But yeah, it was an amazing, you did an amazing job. The end was like befuddling, but also like really tore at the heartstrings.
Yeah, right.
And before I forget, I'm Bardlock Cafe on like pretty much any social media that I'm actually on, and gaming stuff. So that's me.
Awesome. Thanks for coming out. It's good to have you. Yeah, so a very epic long-term session. Absolutely worth it. I'm glad we got to do this. Thank you to Litza for coming out and giving us such an amazing game tonight. Thank you to our players who I just... newer ones that we haven't gotten to kind of play with very often. I'm glad to see you around very much more. Tonight was a lot of fun for everybody. Everybody's characters are great. Everybody's roleplay was amazing. Thank you so much. So tomorrow night we will be off. We do not have a Tuesday show until November 16th when we debut Campaign 2, Everon Tranquility's Twilight. But you can tune back in Wednesday night for another one of these guest one-shots with our very good friend Mark, who will be going for a kind of high magic kind of crazy concept in which I will play my first warlock, which will be the opposite of this bard, which will be a lot of fun. So check us out then. If not, we'll be back Wednesday after that for potentially Litza coming back around again for her barbarian story. Work to be determined. And yeah, so thanks to everybody who watched. Robin, thanks for the sub. Fenris Writes Wesley, thank you for the follow the other night. I appreciate everybody. Thank you. Good night. We will see you Wednesday night. Have a great night. Bye.
See ya.
I can't.